All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brianna Kovach. I am DelDOT's Chief of Right-of-Way, and this is my one-time show this year, it seems like. Spoiler alert for some updates coming up. Super excited to be here at DelDOT's 11th Annual Utility Summit. We did have a little bit of electrical issues this morning. Kind of funny that it's at the Utility Summit, so we apologize for your coffee not being ready right on time. A couple of quick housekeeping items too. So the coffee is a brewing in the back. It is ready to go. So if you need your caffeine, there will be a break this morning. We also have beverages back there and some goodies. If you have not been to this facility before, the restrooms, as you exit this door to the left-hand side, there is a hallway. If you walk down that hallway, you will see a sign that says restrooms up ahead, and it is on the left-hand side. So the other part is our badges and our sign-in. If you haven't had the opportunity to do so this morning, please make sure you sign in with Becky and Monica. They don't bite, and they also have your badges. Please pick those up as well. Those will come in handy for two reasons. One, we know who you are, and it's great for networking today. The other part is on the back of your badges, you have a number. That number will come in handy for those of you who stick around at the very end of the day. And I think for now, that is all we have. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over and officially get this thing started. So if you will all please join me for a round of applause in welcoming our Chief Engineer, Mark Lutz, to the stage.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? So let me just get a handle both for myself and for all of you on what our audience looks like here today. So if you are with a private utility company or a consultant that works for a private utility company, raise your hand. All right. And then some of you are going to raise your hand multiple times, right? Because mixing the consultants in with each of these. So if you work for a municipal, a county, a public utility company, please raise your hand. All right, good, great. Next up, if you work for DelDOT or one of our consultants, please raise your hand. All right, bunch there. And then if you are municipal or county, but more on the public works side, not a utility company, raise your hand. Few of those over there. All right. Those were all the categories I can think of. Anybody, if you didn't fit in one of those categories, raise your hand. All right. Academic. All right. University of Delaware. Sorry, Rusty and Matt. Forgot Rusty and Matt. And that's a big forget on my part too, because they are critical in getting this summit set up. So thank you. So all right. Let's see if I can move this thing along. All right. Most of you have probably been through these before, so you know that we start all of our DelDOT presentations with our mission statement, excellence in transportation, every trip, every mode, every dollar, and every one. And we also start our presentations up with talking about safety. Safety is our number one priority. So we factor this into every one of our presentations. This is our the fatality data from, on the left side is from 2025. Our I call them final numbers. We could still get late. We call them late deaths. Somebody was injured in a crash in 2025, but dies now. They could add to the numbers, but right now we're at 117 for last year. That's down from the previous 2 years. Obviously, our goal is to get to zero. So that's what we continue to strive to do. Also, I presume we did this last year. I don't remember, but something we've been talking about at all of our, again, presentations is the safe system approach. It's just a little bit of a different way of looking at things. If Shantae was here, she would make you all read the words around the outside. I am not going to make you do that. So, but this is, there we go. First round of applause. All right. So this is important stuff. This is our DelDOT version of it. We actually have one more pie in the puzzle than the federal version with the safer land use. And I do want to spend a little bit of time on this, not a whole lot, because this definitely applies to the work that we're talking about in this summit today. So, for example, safer people, our work zones. We're always striving to keep our work zones as safe as possible. And it's critical for utility work to keep your work zones as safe as possible as well. With respect to meeting the typical applications or getting your permit approvals, all the above. Also, good communications on that side. I know sometimes, and again, we have the same issue sometimes even internally, but making sure that if you have a lane closure, it's called into the TMC, that we have good communication so we can let the public know when we have work zones that are impacting them. And then on our end, we're working on connected work zones. That's a pretty exciting thing here where we're real-time live conveying to the public through Waze and other apps like that when we have an active work zone. So we have connected equipment, working with our contractors, working through our ticketing system, and we're always expanding that. We're trying to continue to expand that effort for a variety of reasons, but safety is one of them. I feel like someday we're going to be reaching out to the utility companies to start piloting that work on utility projects as well. Safer vehicles. I know we have AVL systems on our state fleet. Our DART buses have some pretty sophisticated driver warning systems, warning of excessive speeds or that there's pedestrians present, things like that. Hopefully, those of you on the utility side of the world either have or are looking into ways to make your vehicles safer for everybody. Safer roads, of course, that is DelDOT's bread and butter. That is what we're trying to do on many of our projects, is improve safety, whether it's through roadway lighting or roundabouts or shared use paths, to just name a very few of the things that we are doing to try to improve our roads. And of course, from the utility company side, your role in that is to work with us so we can, as expeditiously as possible, get those projects delivered. Project on paper or on a shelf is doing no good for anybody. We need to get these projects delivered and open to the public so we can again drive those numbers down towards zero. And then one I think people don't think a lot about is post-crash care. So for all of us, utility companies and DelDOT alike, our staff are in some cases, we're going to be the first people on the scene of a crash. So we're looking at expanding some of the training that we're doing for our staff. It's called basic life support. So, right, our staff generally, some of us are, but generally we're not firefighters or medical experts. But there's some basic things that most people can be trained on, like CPR and some very basic first aid, that if we're the first ones on the scene, we might be able to help somebody enough until the professional medical folks get there. So I know we're looking into that, and I'd encourage the utility companies to look into that as well. So that's a little bit about how the safe system approach is overlaps with again our discussions in this summit today. So I'm confident that some of the key themes that you're going to hear about today are communications and resources. I'm sure those will go throughout many of the presentations today. One thing I'm not going to say a whole lot about it, but Jeff is going to be up next. He's going to talk about our new division, the Division of Economic Development Coordination. And you hear the term economic development coordination, and why is that important? I'm a utility company. Why do I care about economic? Well, Jeff will explain why this will be important to you. So I guess just in general, I think between the public sector transportation agencies and the utility companies, we have an interesting relationship, right? You need us and we need you. Generally, we're looking for improved utility relocation design and construction practices, particularly related to schedules. We know this is challenging, and we throw the monkey wrench at you all by changing designs when you've already been working on something. And we're trying to improve our processes as much as possible so that we're that you all can do your job and fit that into the overall on our end. And you've heard us say this before, we have a complicated puzzle to put together when we're working on the design and then construction of a transportation project. And the utility relocations are a critical piece of that puzzle as we're moving ahead. So we're trying to do our part in to make that as smooth as possible, and we're looking towards the utility companies to be looking for ways to improve our processes as well and your processes, so we can again get our projects done as expeditiously as possible. Part of that is we've made some good strides in improving some things over the last few years through the Utility Council. That's a group that a lot of you have representatives on. We as representatives as well. And progress in some areas has been slow, but we've been able to make some progress. There's some more work we need to do. And looking forward to continuing working with that group to, again, continuous improvement, to continuously make improvement. With that, I do just want to give a special thanks to Garth Jones of Chesapeake. He's been the chair of that council for the last few years, and greatly appreciate his work on that council and everybody who's participated actively on that council. And then, of course, on the utility company side, you all are looking for us for more consistency and faster approvals on your permit applications. So we are aware of that. Hopefully you have seen changes that we've made that are improvements over the last few years, whether it's changes in our regulations or some of the changes in our process, or like I said, Jeff will talk more about some organizational changes that we hope will make some improvements in that area. So with that, I think that's about all I need to babble on about this morning. I appreciate everybody's attendance and participation today. And with that, thanks for your attendance, and I look forward to a productive summit. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mark. So next, we're going to bring up Jeff Van Horn and myself to go over some general updates.
Eric lied. It's just me for now. So anybody who doesn't know me, my name's Jeff Van Horn. So I'm the newly appointed director of the Economic Development Coordination section. So just a little bit of a reorganization within the department that we did. And I think we have, there's our mode. So there's kind of like a layout of how it's going to go. So what we have is our existing development coordination section used to be within planning. We did a little bit of switch when we kind of moved our directors around. So Stephanie Johnson took over planning, and when that happened, we pulled the development coordination piece out of planning. That reported direct to Laney, our deputy secretary. So we did that. The writing was kind of on the wall that we were kind of moving around and making some changes within the department. So once we got kind of a position created, I was fortunate enough to get that. And with that, we took kind of development coordination and all the commercial and residential developments that are coming in, all the kind of the pre-work and approvals that happen on that side, right? And then we have our public works side that's in all our maintenance districts. And the clumsy part about it was utilities, right? And that's kind of why I'm up here today. Is like, how do we fit utilities in? There was a talk about keeping it within DOTs under Mark, but we had kind of all of our utility groups within public works that are separated in each one of our counties. So it was just holistically, right, in those areas, and this is a big part of what we're trying to do, is like the job's not changing, right? There's no, just because we reorged a little bit in the chart, a lot of our folks in the public works offices, like no one's changing offices, no one's changing job duties, nothing, no one new to report to from everyone's kind of outside perspective. So that's an important part. And if we're not moving people and jobs and doing, a major rehaul of how we're doing business, then why change it, right? So when it doesn't make as much sense to keep kind of utilities within my world of the development world, right? It just made sense to keep it under one kind of umbrella. So with our kind of our public works folks, we brought in Eric's group as well. So we'll have, that's kind of what I'm calling field operations. So we're technically right now it's officially unofficial. So the secretary has made the announcements. We've done the pushes that this is kind of how the layout's going to go. And what I was tasked with was filling my assistant director spot. So we've had those interviews, and I hope, in the next, by the end of the month, we should have this solidified. So we'll be kind of one division under everybody. So I'll have kind of my assistant director spot over the the existing dev cord for, anybody who works on the private side that's submitting residential, commercial permits, like that, again, won't change, right? And then they'll get through that approval process, and then they'll move into, our public works side where they're pulling utility permits and things like that. And again, a lot of that won't change for everybody, right? So, we're not trying to change the world with this reorganization, right? We're just trying to make things a little bit more consistent, make it under one line of management. So if there's anything that needs to get elevated, right, it doesn't get elevated to Mark's side on utility coordination and then have to go up to, Pam Steinbeck on our M&O side if it's in public works, and then go through me if it's a developer project. So it's just a little clumsy in that way, right? So it can just be a little more holistic. And then again, like Mark said, our hope is to make some incremental improvements, right? Try and make everyone's life a little better, a little smoother. We have some new software in the works that we're hoping to roll out relatively soon. It's our EUS. I think I'm trying to learn all the new acronyms. So it's a new single line system for, both entrance permits, utility permits, and any of our state like safety permits and things like that will be in one system. So just trying to clean that system up a little bit. So we're getting the wheels rolling. I think it's hopeful in April. Is that right? Somewhere. That's what we're hoping. So yeah, that's the hopeful timeline right now, is by April, we'll have it open to external folks to kind of get in there and start playing around with. So it should just be a little cleaner and move a little bit better. So we're excited about that. So that's kind of a big part. And again, having Eric's group with the capital side is still very crucial, right? So we're not trying to incorporate kind of that mix into kind of the public works side and vice versa. We're not trying to bring the public works side into the capital side, right? It's crucial for the department and all the things Mark just talked about that we keep kind of our capital side moving as smooth as possible. And then, any of that knowledge sharing or just bouncing ideas off each other within the group is kind of our hope to make some of these strides forward and what we want to do, right? Make some things more consistent across the public works agencies and help, Eric's group where we can. So that's kind of our big announcement. Again, hopefully in April, when we'll have this structured, and then of course, when it's official, it'll go out in some type of probably an email blast from our group, and then maybe some internal communications. So other than that, sorry, I didn't go forward in that. But yeah. So again, everyone's staying intact. All the roles and responsibilities are pretty much the same. And then for kind of our development coordination section, which we're going to come up with a new name for, because the whole division is called the Economic Development Coordination. So we hope to just redefine the roles and responsibilities for all those folks that were previously in different areas that we're kind of consolidating. So anybody who works in the, plan submission side for our consultants, hopefully not much change there, but we will define some of the new roles and things like that and streamline some of our processes on that side. So EUS, this is Eric. I'm going to turn it over to you. But if anybody has any questions or anything before we flip over there with the new division or concerns, I'd be happy to answer them now for any feedback, or I will turn it over to Eric. Good? Perfect. All right.
All right. So in true utility fashion, we are running a little bit late, but we'll try to make that up throughout the day. And before anybody asks, I will apologize. I created the agendas, and yes, you will be here till 12 at night. Sorry, I moved stuff around and then lost track of the AM PM stuff. So the EUS, like Jeff said, we are working on a new system to replace the UPA. A lot of you know, because I've been talking about this for a while, just at least to keep you in the loop through our monthly meetings. It'll handle the entrance permitting, the utility permitting, and the DelDOT state project coordination, as you can see by my green underlined letters. That's where the EUS comes from. So to piggyback on what Jeff was saying, our internal training, including DelDOT consultants, the anticipation is that that's going to start this month. Then we're going to go into training of the external side in early March. And then the internal training of the external side will be in March. And then the externals, so utility companies, utility company consultants, that training, and we're calling it training and trial, is going to be mid to late March. So then our hope is that we're going live shortly thereafter. So like Jeff said, hopefully in that April timeframe. Now, this is general, so hopefully this is how it works out, but there's a lot going on, combining multiple systems into one new system. So we're continuing to work through that. I just wanted to give you guys some snapshots of what the new system is going to look like. So it will look and feel different than the UPA. I know this is hard to see, but you can see like it just has a different feel to it. So it will take a little getting used to. So the training that we're going to be going through is crucial for all of us. So please, once you start seeing that information go out, please make yourselves and anybody that's going to be working in the system available. It sounds like we will have tutorial videos to help with all of this. So I think it's going to be great. Moving on, my favorite topic. So for the utility companies in the room, I sent a few emails out, I think last week. And so I was giving everybody information on 2 webinars. One just happened yesterday. So that's what this first slide is. Hopefully you were able to attend. It wasn't any new information. It was just reiterating what exists and what is going to be happening with the phased approach for the manufactured products. These 2 screenshots that I'm showing on the screen, I took from the presentation yesterday. They will not be sharing slides. So they said we could screenshot, so I did. But the important one on the left, that is the timeline. So that goes through the timeline of how things have happened with the manufactured products and projecting into the phasing approach and what's required. And then the second slide just has support information. So the website and that QR code will, I believe, take you to that website. But FHWA has provided a lot of resources. There's Q&A to help provide insight on Buy America. And then I put the link at the bottom as well. Again, just want to make sure everybody has this information. This is crucial. What we heard yesterday is they're not getting a lot of waiver submissions for manufactured products, even though a lot of folks are saying there's all these manufactured products that aren't available domestically. FHWA isn't seeing it. They're not getting waiver submissions, right? Without waiver submissions, they think everything's fine. So the other piece to that is waivers take a long time to get approved or to go through the process and get approved or denied. The fastest they said yesterday that they've approved a waiver was 150 days. They still have waivers that are in the process from the Obama administration that haven't been dealt with. Why am I saying that? As utility companies, you need to evaluate the impacts our projects have and the availability of your materials. Are they domestic? That needs to happen very early in our design process so that if you have a challenge and you think a waiver is needed, we need to be bringing FHWA into that conversation as early as possible because it will delay everything if it gets approved. Not to be the downer on everything, but that's the message that I want to drive home. So the other webinar is next week, and this is an AASHTO webinar. So they had created a self-certification form that's kind of being pushed out nationally to help with this process. So they're doing a webinar on the 18th. So please attend that. I know I've gotten some questions from companies more recently on the back end of projects, just trying to button up everything. We need to have those conversations a lot earlier in the process, a lot earlier in the process. And some reminders, because this gets very confusing. So Buy America is still a thing, right? It applies to steel and iron. So those are the regulations for steel and iron. That is Buy America. The Build America, Buy America requirements essentially apply to manufactured products and construction materials. 2 separate things. Then the third one, not to confuse it anymore, is Buy American. If you're using the term Buy American, it doesn't apply to our side of the world at all. That's not a FHWA thing. That's other federal agencies. So that means nothing to us. So again, like I said before, you need to evaluate this stuff earlier, and you need to submit, or at least come to us if there's products that you don't think you're going to be able to get domestically, so we can start having the conversations with FHWA and potentially go into that waiver process because of how long it takes. Potentially, if they see enough need, maybe there would be a general waiver, but they're nowhere close to that right now. All right, so just to break it up, because, Buy America is a great conversation, but a little rough. I figured I'd throw these in just to break it up. These are my kids. So my youngest is on the left, my oldest is on the right. This is what I spend a lot of nights and weekends doing. And I know some of you in the room can appreciate this. We love wrestling. I wasn't thinking about it when I did this, but thinking about it afterwards, these are probably great slides to put in here after talking about Buy America, because there's some similarities, right? Wrestling's a tough sport. Buy America is a tough conversation. And honestly, I think the biggest correlation is you feel like you get the shit beat out of you. All right, so that's all I have. So any questions? All right. So next, we're gonna bring up Nick from Eastern Shore to start talking about lessons learned on 488, and he'll be followed up by Brad, who's now with RK&K, to talk about the DelDOT side lessons learned. So Nick, come on up.
Morning. Hear me okay? All right. So talking about our Blackbird Creek Bridge 1-488 replacement project that we worked very closely with DelDOT on last year. First, here's kind of our GIS map. You can see we've got two mains running along Route 13 here in the project area, 10-inch and a 16-inch. The 10-inch went in the 60s. See some very legible project drawings here. And our 16-inch, which was installed more recently, I believe 2008, includes an HDD under Blackbird Creek here. A very challenging install, would be a very costly relocation. So some calculations here from the install, some inspector's notes, and some pictures of the install here. You'd see this is the HDG under the creek. Doesn't look like a very fun time. So these are the preliminary relocation plans regarding the bridge work. There were conflicts with our mains on the initial plans. Both the 10-inch and the 16-inch would have to be relocated for us. So the 10-inch was going to have to move horizontally, which would put it closer to the 16-inch and require us to move to the 16-inch as well. Again, costly relocation. So here's a picture of the two mains. You can see them kind of marked out, yellow markers there on the creek. The 10-inch is the one closer to the bridge. So the impacts to the company and our customers, the initial relocation estimate for both lines was over $1 million. And more or less, all of the money spent by the company doing these relocations are kind of paid from the rates that are, we receive from residential and commercial customers. So obviously reducing any relocation fees are kind of savings that we could pass along through the process. To sum it up here. So we worked with DelDOT to kind of say, if we can design this without causing us to relocate our mains, it'd be a huge help. Thankful to have such a good relationship with a lot of the folks here at DelDOT. So they came up with a new design shown here, designing the bridge supports with piles. No Eastern Shore conflicts in this design, although it would be very close coordination to kind of stabilize our mains during the construction process. So here's the revised drawings here. Everything was going, according to plan until we kind of cleared all of the environmental permits. And once we were able to get into the project area, we actually found out that our 10-inch main was partially exposed within the creek there. So it turns out the new design also had a conflict with our 10-inch line. And again, 16-inch line, the newer line was also pretty close in that area. So, not great news to get once we cleared the permits. So, working closely, DelDOT and RE Pearson, and our contractor, Boschel Brothers, we began working to coordinate the potential relocation, new, design coordination. So in order to complete the work, DelDOT Eastern Shore was able to relocate 10-inch main. We had to stay within DelDOT's LOD since we didn't really have time to go back and expand our permitted area, redo the process. This was also, we're also working up against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife time of year restriction. So here's, this is a picture of the construction. But we were able to coordinate really well with DelDOT, work in their area and relocate our 10-inch line, change the depth of install in a manner that we wouldn't have to also relocate our 16-inch. But it all, required a ton of close coordination and, working with the different contractors on site here. Additionally, we had to expedite some efforts with Norfolk Southern, the railroad, to cross compress, purge our 10-inch main and allow us to relocate it. But all said and done, we went from the conflict of finding our 10-inch line exposed in the stream to getting it back in service within 3 months. And that wouldn't have been possible without, working really closely with our contractors and with DelDOT and their contractors as well. So that's kind of the whole summary. It's a, tremendous success, especially considering what we kind of found in the timeline where we found it all. Yeah. Any questions? Excellent.
Thanks, Nick. All right, Brad will be up next.
All right, good morning. As you can see, Matt Goins was actually scheduled to present this project, but he's on a well-deserved vacation right now. So he asked if I could come and fill in for him. And as Eric mentioned, during the time this project was active, I was the group engineer with DelDOT. But since then I've retired and have joined RK&K, who coincidentally performed the inspection on this project, purely coincidental. So we start every presentation with DelDOT's mission statement, every trip, every mode, every dollar, every one. So Bridge 1-488 carries US 13 over Blackbird Creek, just north of Smyrna, south of Odessa. For any of you who were at the winter workshop a couple weeks ago, Nick Dean did a presentation on this bridge, which went in a little more detail as far as the deficiencies and the details of the design. Since we're here to talk more about utilities, I won't go in as much detail as Nick did. But as you can see, the southbound bridge was #1 most efficient bridge in Delaware. So definitely not an accomplishment you want to strive for, but tells you that both bridges were pushing about 100 years old and they were in bad shape. So in addition to the structural deficiencies of the bridge, there was also issues with the scour in the channel. You may be able to see from the picture that right at the location of the bridge, there was a sag in the roadway. This was actually by design. The bridge had a lot of issues, but luckily sinking was not one of them. But it created some site issues, especially with the cross traffic that's coming, just north and south of the bridge. And as I mentioned, it's Route 13, so the road sees in excess of 10,000 vehicles per day. The intent of the project was to demolish both existing bridges and then replace both of the bridges using accelerated bridge construction techniques. This is terms that have been around for a while. Accelerated bridge construction is just using new methods, new technologies, new materials to try to shorten the duration of activities that in the past would have taken years or months to potentially down to, weeks or even days. And then we're going to raise the roadway approaches to the bridge roughly 8 feet to eliminate the sag that I had mentioned. And then also, improve the scour countermeasures in the channel. Yeah, Matt didn't warn me about that one. So anyway, any good project starts with an excellent team. So Matt Goins was the area engineer with DelDOT Construction. And as I mentioned, RK&K performed the inspection. Mark DeSantis and Brandon Winter and the rest of their team worked some long hours. We were working double shifts, 7 days a week. Nick Dean from Bridge Design was excellent as far as, responding to RFIs, any plan revisions, shop drawing reviews, really kept us moving. And, DelDOT's had a lot of successful projects, and a lot of those are because we had Pearson on those projects. And this project was definitely another example of that. They really worked with us well. They're just an excellent contractor to work with. And as you know, the project was awarded in November of 24 for a little over $12 million. With any bridges, especially those that go over water, you have some environmental sensitivities. You're spawning fish, you're nesting birds, which then translate into time of year restrictions. We had a very tight window of where we could do any work in the water. So meeting those milestones was really critical to make sure that we were able to get all our work accomplished and not stray outside those time restrictions. The detour was definitely challenging. As you know, Route 13 is typically the alternate route. If we have an incident on Route 1, we divert traffic to Route 13 so that the emergency responders can handle what they need to handle on Route 1. And we were proposing to close both directions at the same time on Route 13. So now, and send everybody onto Route 1 as the detour. You would enter Route 1 in Smyrna and then get off at Odessa, which was pretty significant distance. So definitely it was necessary to get out to the public to make them aware of that, inform them of what was going on. And contrary to popular belief, that section of Route 1 does not have tolls, so we were not forcing them onto Route 1 to pay tolls. Yeah, we're short of money, but we weren't going to go there yet. So anyway, and then bridge is 100 years old, and back then, we were using some pretty nasty stuff back then. So we were anticipating hazardous materials, and then as we said, we're here to talk about utilities. We had utility impacts and relocations we need to deal with. The overall duration of the project was 284 days. We allotted 239 of that for utility relocations at the beginning. The contractor was also brought on board to do clearing and grubbing, provide the MOT, and then do some preparation work in advance of the closure to make sure that we had everything in place. Because it only left 45 days for us to fully demolish and replace the bridges, which was a huge undertaking or a big ask of the contractor. So in order to stay on track, we implemented a $40,000 disincentive if they were to be late, but we also offered them a $20,000 incentive for anything that was, any time that came in early. And the last was we could not start until after Labor Day. The impacted utilities in phase 1, Crown Castle had aerial on northbound 13. Verizon had aerial and underground on both sides. Delmarva Power had aerial on the northbound side, and just highlighted the restrictions, working in close proximity to overhead high voltage lines. You have that 20-foot envelope that you need to stay out of. And it would prove to create some issues once we got into construction. And then the natural gas, which Nick just discussed. The lessons we learned from this project that, working near power lines, you have to maintain that envelope. We took into account the construction of the bridge and the use of the equipment for that, but we didn't take into account the stream diversion. So we had some issues where installing the sheet piling and the equipment used to install the sheet piling, got closer than the 20 feet to the overhead power lines. We weren't able to shield the lines, so we had to go back and do a plan revision to adjust that to make sure that we were staying that safe distance. As far as the Eastern Shore gas line, during design, they were working off the best possible information that they had. And as Nick mentioned, it ended up being a conflict that during that initial phase one, we had to go back and make a revision, do some relocations we didn't account for. So on future consideration, it might have been worth a few extra test holes to actually locate the natural gas so that we were certain of the location prior to going into construction. As we were luckily able to maintain our milestones, but going into a project with risk always translates to money. So in the future, it would be nice to, try to verify. Just to give you a couple progress photos. So this is prior to the roads being closed, the stream diversion's in place, but you can notice on the right, the proximity of the sheet piles to the overhead lines. They were pretty close. So the contractor closed northbound on September 8th, and then they also closed southbound on September 15th. So this photo is 2 weeks after we closed the road. Both bridges were demolished, steel piles were installed and cut off. The channel restoration was complete. Precast abutments were set. Bulb T-beams were being set. The contractor had begun to set the T-walls on the north side of the bridge, and we had the drainage structures staged on the north side for when we were ready to start that installation. So quite a bit of work accomplished in 2 weeks. Here we have October 6th. So the contractor had set all beams, the precast approaches, moment and sleeper slabs. All the UHPC closure pours were complete. All the drainage structures installed. And we used foam glass aggregate on this project. This is another accelerated bridge technique that we're starting to use where the material can be placed without compaction. So you don't have to worry about maximum lifts, losing time to compact and test each layer. You basically just put it in, level it out, and you're good to go. So here we see that the riprap is completely installed. The paving operations underway and guardrail installation is underway. And here's the completed project. The northbound lanes were opened on October 20th, which was 3 days early. And then the southbound lanes were reopened on October 22nd, which was 7 days early. So just lastly, as I mentioned, any great project involves having a great team. So just a quick thank you again to R.E. Pearson, RK&K for their construction inspection, bridge design, all the utilities that were involved. Materials and research always had inspectors out there to do the testing and keep us moving. Maintenance and operations gave us access to their nearby maintenance yard where we could store equipment and materials. They also provided access from Route 1 so that we could use the emergency responders gate to deliver material, which made it a lot easier. And then lastly, traffic safety and the Townsend Fire Company were great help in coordinating the detour. And that's everything. If anyone has any questions?
Thanks, Brad. Anybody have any questions? All right, hearing none. Oh, question.
Always one.
I'm coming.
Thanks, Eric.
And it is worth mentioning, if you have questions, please wait for the mic.
Thank you. There was a incentive to complete the project early. You mentioned that the lanes were open 3 and 7 days early respectively. How was the incentive handled?
It was based on the 7 days. Because what we did is we did the what we considered completely open. So even though one side opened, we didn't consider the road completely open. So, they were looking for incentive for both, but we did it off of when the entire road was completely open on both sides. So that's what we based it off that.
Understood. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Brad. So next, we're going to have a Sioux panel discussion. So if our panelists could come up, please. Come on up, friends.
Henry. Good morning, everybody. I'm Debbie Kuglich. I'm one of the coordinators under Eric. And today we're going to talk about Sioux. We have brought up, we should have had 4. I can say Tim Hoffer was under the weather, so he couldn't make it today from Softy. So I'm going to introduce everybody. We're going to start with John. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I'm just pass them on.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Patterson. I'm the SUV manager at our Hunt Valley office in Maryland, and I also support the Delaware operations. I've been doing SUV for probably, hear me? I've been doing SUV operations for about 22 years. Also have a background in surveying, GIS, several other disciplines throughout our engineering firm. I'm also the short guy up on stage.
Good morning. My name is Sean Lynch. Ditto. Our career paths are very similar. I'm with Information Corporation. I've been doing this for 20 years. My background is electrical engineering. I think we might have too many mics on stage. Electrical engineering, and I started at South Carolina Electric and Gas in this field back in '98, and marriage moved me to this area, and somehow or another I found a Sioux firm that really liked me, and I've been there for 20 years, almost 20 years.
Good morning. Tony Harris with KCI. Let's see. I started off in the utility industry back in 1985, directional drilling. That was during the infancy of directional drilling. Did that for 15 years. Then I ended up transitioning over to Sioux. So I've been in the Sioux industry for about 25 years. So I've about 40 years of underground utility experience.
So as you can see, when we talk about Sioux, these are the guys that we go to. They answer our questions. They help us out when we're in the jam. And a lot of people, subsurface engineering, some people know what it is, some people don't. So this panel is basically to talk about things. So I'm leaning on everybody here to take and ask questions. I do have some, just in case it gets quiet. But I do want to make sure everybody has a chance because not everybody understands what Sioux is. So that's why we're asking these gentlemen to come up here. But I'm going to do probably the first 2 questions.
Before Debbie jumps on, I just want to say you're going to see a lot of Chat GPT images here. I found out what that was, and I had a lot of fun with it. So yes, guys, you can thank me later.
I mean, get posters if you guys want to put them in your office. I'm just saying. So my first question is, what is Sioux? Subsurface engineering. Who wants to take it? Do I have to pick? All right, I'm going to start with Tony.
Make sure you use the mic.
Tony's got, okay.
If I were to just say it in my own words, it's a sub branch of engineering by which we determine what is underground, the impacts that construction projects will have on those utilities, and ultimately how those construction projects can function better, how we can eliminate issues moving forward. It encompasses a number of things. And it is now being taught, not quite subsurface utility engineering, but utility engineering itself now being taught in some institutions in this country, which is pretty awesome for me. It was not a field, it was not something anyone here thought they'd be doing 20 years later, I don't think. I'm pretty sure. And the companies that started doing it, the company that started doing it, I'm pretty sure was SODI. Anyone in this room that knows Jim Onspach, who's the godfather basically of Sioux, has been teaching this discipline and shouting it from the rooftops, the top of mountains, how important it is to what you all do. It is the thing that saves people money ultimately. There have been studies, and I won't get into that too much, but there have been studies that show how much money it saves per foot on any project that you do in the right of way. And we use it now in private projects. Now, I think I'm seeing, and I'm sure you will say the same, we're seeing far more use of it in private projects than we ever did. And almost every state in the country is now using Sioux on design projects.
Guys, just so I can interject, as it says up there, there is an ASC guideline that dictates what Sioux is and how it's done, for lack of a better term. That is important because not everybody does that. Like, somebody might offer you Sioux, but they're not following the rules, right? So, and I want to say that we use Sioux on a very large percentage of our projects.
I do have a question. He made a good point. How many people in the room know what ASCE 38-22 is? By a show of hands. So not many. Then I guess we'll have to explain that a little bit more as we go on.
And I have a slide, just saying.
So it's basically allowing the design team to manage risk before the projects go to construction versus using, I would say, quality level D information, because you wouldn't want to design a project not knowing where the horizontal position of a utility is. So that's pretty much the gist of subsurface utility engineering.
Yeah, basically in a nutshell, as SUE providers, we go out, we investigate, we analyze the data, we document it. And it's basically for all the utility networks, especially underground, as well as some above ground components. We do occasionally, we will map the overhead if requested as a project scope, but mainly we're dealing with the underground, marking those utilities.
All right, so do we have any questions? Start out questions.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for letting me ask this question. I would like to know, how much attention are you giving to identifying any easements or other rights of way for those utilities that you're locating?
So I'll chime in. For these guys, they really don't, because we're sending them out there to find everything that's in the right of way. If we have easements, that comes from the design team. So if it's showing an easement on the plans that they're receiving, then they would pick it up. But outside of that, they don't do the easement side of the world.
Just to add into what Debbie said, our design teams and our engineering support side, right away engineering side, will search for easements and do their due diligence. But the utility companies are the best source of that information and should be sharing that information on every single project we have. So we do our best to identify where the utilities are. Again, utility companies should be providing information to show where their facilities are. But of course, we're doing our due diligence as well. And what tends to happen is through these efforts, we'll find that utilities are located outside of what we've shown as our right of way. But again, it's the utility company's ultimate responsibility to provide us easement documents. We do what we can, but utility companies need to step up and help.
We do get requests on occasion, when they're looking at easements, things like that, for us to actually come out, mark those facilities so that it's in process.
Okay, next one.
Sorry. What emerging technologies are coming about to make utility locations more accurate and more efficient?
More recently, maybe in the last 10 years, I would say GPR has come a long way. The resolution that you're getting out of the screens, you're getting units that instead of a single channel, you're getting a multi-channel GPR, which adds multiple frequencies. It allows you to scan shallower depths as well as deeper depths when you're looking for facilities. There's been, I would tell you, there's changes in the pipe and cable locators. They're adding new filters, more frequencies that are becoming available to our teams in the field. I would tell you those things are what changing. The software on the back end is also changing. It's a little more powerful and robust. It cleans up the noise when you do your GPR scans. It doesn't look like the old black and white TV when you were a kid, the big blur. You know, you're actually seeing stuff in it now at different depth penetrations. Now, Deb has a slide up there on the screen. That's a soil suitability map put out by USGS that tells you the conditions where they're most optimal throughout the country. GPR tends to work about 50% of the time in any given place in the United States. Now, if you look at Delaware, Delaware is not so great in the northern end because there's a lot of clays in the soils, as well as you also have the southern side of the state is sandy or drier soils. So you get deeper penetrations with the GPR. Also over on your tidal areas, they tend to not work well because of the saline, the water, the salt water, as well as shoulders after the snow outside here. So if you're trying to scan the shoulder, you have salt from the road over in the shoulders. It distorts and you get that big blur in your scan. Anybody else?
There's some, I would say that a combination of using technologies together. So we typically use receivers for most of the magnetic locating we do. We use transmitters and receivers. So most companies that develop that equipment have come up with receivers that now can do both locating and GPS. That cuts out a middleman part of that process. So combining those two services eliminates some error, right? So one of the biggest issues we had back, and some of the biggest issues I think we've had over the years, was we go out and locate a project, separate company comes in, surveys the project. That can be awesome if everyone did their job right. It is a lot easier for us to have ownership of our data and ownership of our locate information to ensure that what we gave you was accurate. In some instances, we're not even reviewing some of that information. If we went out and located a project, surveyor came in and picked it up afterward, we may not have reviewed that project. We may not have seen what they captured and how they translated that and gave that to their client. There is inherent danger and risk in that. That is one major improvement. Another improvement is in the processes and how we do what we do. How we coordinate with companies, how much information we have at our disposal. GIS is one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And a lot of people here know and use GIS all the time. How it's changed what we do is, in 2006, when I used to sit down to start a project, I had to write letters to utility owners. And slowly but surely, over the course of weeks, get mail back, hoping that I had a record in an envelope. I'm not going to pick on Verizon because one of you in here who I love dearly is here. but I will say that they were the least responsive and still are of the utility companies. What has changed is now I can go into a county database and pull up record information that was not at my disposal. That is now directly in front of me. That helps all of you, but it helps us. It helps us identify what we have now gone out in the field and can reconcile with their records. We often find things that they aren't aware of are in their system. Utility companies will tell you that the accuracy of what they have is limited to mostly active utilities. Gas companies are only companies that I know of, you can back me up on this, that still track to some degree their old plant. And when I say to some degree, it's a small degree. But the change there, because they're tracking that information, now when you go out to a project that we've designated and you run into a 6-inch pipe that looks 80 years old, we may have already identified the fact that it was an 80-year-old project, 80-year-old pipe, and it doesn't slow down your project. There are other, again, the processes are more important, so much more important than the technology, although the technology has evolved a great deal over the last 30 years. And I would say most of us here will tell you, most of us are using equipment that is still using similar components and technology from 20 years ago, but that GPR change is so significant. Most people here have seen an episode of Bones, and you've seen Jurassic Park, the scene where they show you what the spine of the raptor, I think it was a raptor, looked like underground. That is not GPR. That is Hollywood. It's not what a GPR image looks like. A GPR image is simply a reflection of the signal we sent down. It is a pinpoint reflection of directly underneath that machine. And we can interpret that to tell you what it is, more or less, and how deep it is, once we have some idea of what's beneath us. Make no mistake, GPR is not a magic trick. And we all, to some degree, hate it, but we have to use it because I don't think enough education's been given to the general public about its effectiveness. That 50-50 thing is legit. And it's 50-50 in places where it works. And so out here in Delaware, where it's beach pretty much everywhere for us, and we say that because digging test holes here is the graviest thing anyone in my field can do. Digging test holes in Western Maryland, for instance, by comparison, is the worst thing anyone here, or Pennsylvania, Jesus, don't get me started. Oh, Roxylvania fits. The improvements in GPR are so tremendous. Now I think everyone here has one, whereas before they were cost prohibitive. And in all honesty, because their effectiveness was so low, we didn't want anything to do with them. And I'll touch base on one last thing and let this go because I can talk about this all day. But another technological improvement is vac trucks. A lot of people don't talk about vac trucks, but bigger vac trucks, the capacity they have for moving dirt and moving rocks, making it easier for us to excavate as opposed to digging out entire trenches or using backhoes, which to this day is the best locator on earth. Backhoes find everything, every time. And it is not the best tool for that. What you want is us digging test holes. I think someone said it on the 488 project that we should have dug more test holes. We were on that project. We were involved in trying to find that 10-inch and that 16-inch. And there were a lot of meetings and a lot of visits and a lot of conversations. And ultimately, it still came down to someone digging it up and finding out it was where it was. The technology of a vac truck has changed so much. We went from using just digging things up with shovels to now vac trucks that will move mountains straight down 20 feet to find a cable line that you needed to know about because you were driving piles there. There are fibers out there. There are fiber and gas out by the Fenwick Island Bridge that are 35, 40 feet deep. That's what the gas company admitted to when they bored it in. And there is conflict at that depth. depending on what you're doing. Go figure. So the technologies, I think in combination, just in combination, how we use them is where the improvements have come. All right. Does that answer your question? Good. Okay.
John, I just want to jump in on a couple of things that you said there, just so you guys can elaborate. So, you were talking about the depth, and we have a lot of utilities that are super deep. And can you guys elaborate on the parameters, like what that means for you guys? Like something that's been installed 20 feet deep. I mean, I know the chances of finding that are pretty damn slim. And in Delaware, we have a lot of high water tables. So can you guys elaborate just so folks understand the challenges that you're up against when we're out trying to find these lovely symbols that are put on the plans?
Okay. So we actually use a 150 watt low frequency transmitter, and we're able, as long as we get a good ground, we can detect almost down to 40 feet. But if you don't get a good ground with it, you're not going to be able to pick it up. You may pick up a signal, but that signal, the horizontal position of that signal is going to be way off. So you try to make an alignment from coming from both sides, and then you just have to use professional judgment between those 2 points. And I got on the whole GPR thing. So and I'm sure they get it too, get a lot of clients that will call up and request GPR only. And then I will always ask, well, why just GPR? And they said, well, doesn't that thing see everything in the ground? It's like X-ray vision, isn't it? And I said, no, it doesn't work like that. So there's people out here overselling GPR. So if you're someone looking to have some utility location done, just beware of that.
Sure. And if the name GPR is in the name of the company, they're overselling it. Just
So can you guys elaborate on, like Tony did a good job hitting on the designation, so the horizontal location, but obviously when you're talking test holes, there's also issues that come with that, right? So the designation provides what we think is good horizontal, but then the proof is in the test hole, right? And so can you talk about those challenges again? Like just some of the things that come to my mind are depth, groundwater, location of a test hole, and can you really get it there?
Basically, pipe and cable locators, they're our workhorses, right? That's what we go out, we set our holes up with. They have it, every tool that we use has its limitations, right? So we try to use everything, try to get signals on things. When you start getting into a situation where you're jacking board underneath a river, stream, something like that, your utility's starting to drop. As that's dropping, we're starting to get our signals getting weaker and weaker on our pipe and cable locator. Okay, till eventually that signal just drops off. All right. GPR, that's another electromagnetic locator. You're running the GPR over that, you're following the line as it's coming up to that river, for instance. Eventually, you're going to see that blur I was talking about earlier. If you're near tidal areas or any kind of salt water, it's going to disappear. As far as test holes, we dig with air. So we have air filters, these big vertical air filter tubes that filter out the fine particulate, doesn't let it get up into the vac system. When we start getting down into water, you can only go a little bit before those filters get clogged, and you're basically shut down till you have a new set of filters put in. We usually keep a spare set back at the shop just for that. Now, there's other vac technologies out there, which is basically hydro. Hydro is a better use in that situation, getting down to that utility, and they can go deeper than the air.
Which we don't ask for, we don't use. So we do use the vac instead.
I wanted to elaborate on something he said, actually 2 things. So he mentioned earlier frequencies. I know it may or may not mean anything to anyone in this room, but it's important to understand what he said and why. They have really low frequency transmitters, really powerful or high wattage transmitters that will allow us to send a signal through a utility deeper and hopefully detect it at deeper depths. The way that works is the same way anyone in here has been irritated by bass music driving down your street and you hear it thumping through your walls. Simple. Any engineer in here probably remembers this, but basically the lower the frequency, the further that signal is going to travel through things. That works great for us. So we have really low frequency equipment, oftentimes as low as 512 or so. If you are an audiophile, you know that the lower your bass, the lower your speakers can reach, the deeper a rumble you will hear in your sound system. And I'm sure some of you have some awesome sound systems in your basements that no one else wants to hear but you. That allows us to pick up things as deep as 40 feet through rock and through stone, through dirt, through water in some instances. Water is our great enemy. We despise it for a few reasons. One, we can't provide you as much information as we would like when water is involved. Water tables stop test holes. If I'm trying to get to a utility that's only 5 feet deep and I hit water at 2 feet, the next 3 feet are going to be difficult and slower and cost you more money for me to get to it. I can get to it. It just takes a little bit of ingenuity to do it. When things get to be 45 feet deep under rivers, we have to come up with alternative methodologies. And we have over the years. There are a lot of different tools. Gyroscopic mapping is one. There are people using other techniques. People actually swim to the bottom of rivers still to find cables. That is an actual thing, and it works if it's on top, if it's over the ground. The challenges that we face, or the challenges that Mother Nature presents to us, are myriad. And over the last 20 years or so, that is another place where technology's come into play and helped us out quite a bit. He touched on something earlier. He mentioned quality level, and he mentioned those things help us to give you a more accurate product. So if I know something is there from a record company, from a utility company, if I know something's there from a homeowner that's been there for 30 years and he saw it go in back to 488, a homeowner actually knew where the gas lines were because he watched them put them in, and he accurately told us which utility was. It turned out gas company, if Mark is in here, I am not going after you. Turned out Eastern Shore didn't believe us, but it turned out that it was the case because people tend to remember things. Is it the most reliable information? No, but in conjunction with our equipment and a number of other investigative things and a lot of coordination, we end up typically giving you a great idea of what's underground.
Do you have a question over here?
Well, you were talking about the water being sort of the bane of your existence, but how about concrete roadways? How do you conquer that with your GPR? Because that skews with perhaps the rebar or whatever might be in the concrete. Is there a technology that you use for that? And also, I was noticing that you have like the underwater investigation. What technologies are you using for those?
Same technology we're using, pipe and cable locators, but they're waterproof.
Mm-hmm.
So they go, basically, our dive team up in New York, they've been on several of the projects I've worked with them. We have basically somebody sitting on the shoreline running a transmitter, and he's in communication with the diver out there marking the utilities. And he's just basically chasing this thing from the bank. On one project we did down in DC, he was chasing it from the bank to the other side. He was trying to locate a Verizon duct for a major rail project. So,
and GPR will penetrate both concrete and asphalt. You will have some interference depending on how thick the concrete is. So if you have some rough idea what utility is you're looking for, GPR will penetrate both those things.
The rebar might affect your penetration depth.
Yeah, and it depends obviously on what that grid looks like, what that rebar grid looks like. If you're doing this at the airport, you're not going to find much. If you're doing it on a regular sidewalk, you'll have great deals of success. In fact, we were tasked to find voids under the sidewalks in Baltimore, and we had a great deal of success with that. GPR is exceptional at finding nothing. I know that sounds weird to say, but it is very good at finding shallow pockets of nothing, because that's very easy to see on a GPR screen based on how it reflects information. That screen is I don't know how to say this, other than to say, when there is a huge empty space, the GPR tells you very quickly. So, however, it also really, really help you in places like cemeteries. GPR helps you see, and you all use this way, see changes in density in soils. So if someone dug somewhere, we can see the difference in where they didn't dig and where they did. There were large GPR projects used to identify where graves they had lost in the National Cemetery were. We bid it. I'm glad we lost it, because that was a very difficult project, but it was ultimately a very rewarding project. GPR is awesome for more than just utilities until it's not. So I won't make this a GPR sucks conversation. It has really tremendous uses.
There's a question in the back, and Sean, watch out. I think Ken has the microphone.
Oh, boy.
Hi, guys. Sometimes there's confusion between subsurface utility engineering and one call. I know it's similar technologies you use. Could you guys explain the differences and maybe when you would use one versus the other?
Well, one call is for excavation purposes only. So you as a contractor, you're going to do some excavation on a street. You call in a one call ticket, they come out and mark it. The problem there with one call, those guys are typically under a lot of stress because they got to do so many tickets in a day. So they have a window of error depending on what the state law is. And they can only mark up to the end of the public right away. Sue Firm, we're marking out utilities for the purpose of design and planning. So we have a lot more equipment than a one-call company. Most one-call companies, they deal with typically one utility, sometimes two. They usually only have one piece of locating equipment. Sue Firm typically has 2 or 3 pieces of EM equipment, your GPRs, your duct routers, your camera routers, and a host of other tools in the box, we call them. So that's why you don't want to design off a one call mark, because they could be a foot off that mark horizontally, or they could be 3 feet off. I tell you about a project I did in my directional drilling days down in Fredericksburg, Virginia. And this is an era when we did test holes by hand. So before we crossed any utility, we had to dig them up. Chasing this water line, couldn't find it. We had a 5-foot wide trough we had dug by hand. And another utility locator came out to mark the phone, and he said, you know, you guys aren't going to find the water there. And we're like, why? They said, because 14-foot Bill marked that out. So we were like, well, 14-foot Bill, what's that? He said, yeah, he's typically 14 feet off of his marks. So you as a designer, say you hired that particular company, and that water line was a quote unquote, a conflict. And then you sent your sent your RFP out for whoever contractor wins the bid. They go out there, they go to excavate, and that water line that's was shown on plan is 14 feet somewhere else. So now you got to go all the way back to the drawing board. You got to pay the contractor, downtime and everything like that. So that's the difference between a sue firm and one call. One call strictly for excavation purposes. And a sue firm, even though we do some one call, I hold a one call contract up in New Jersey. But my guys actually open manholes, they rod. So the same tools that we have on our sue side, we have on our one call side, but your typical one call company is not going to have that.
Yeah, to add to what Tony was saying, I tell you, it's a standard of care. We have the professionals in-house. We have the people who are constantly looking at the records that we get from the utility companies. They're analyzing the data and making those determinations and judgments on what quality levels we're putting on the plans. We also have the surveyors. We're working with the surveyors hand in hand. Trying to think of something.
So I'm going to jump in because the other thing too is when you have a Miss Utility locator out there doing his marks, just remember Miss Utility law has an envelope. So the center line of his mark, he could either go 18 feet or 2 feet this way, depending on what state you're on, and also on there. So you can have anywhere from 36 to a 4-foot swath that utility could lay in, hopefully. So with these guys, they're pinpointing in a little bit better. So the accuracy is more time because they're taking the time to do it. So it's better accuracy on that.
One other thing, this utility marks for 3822 should be considered quality level D until you field verify them and check that yourself as a SIL.
So my first experience with locating was Miss Utility. So I'm going to defend every Miss Utility locator in the world right now. My boss taught us the most important thing to do at the end of the day was to make it home every day, right? Make it home safe. What we do in the roadways, we do it in dangerous places. We are always in places where we can be harmed, and it is important that you remember the most important thing is safety. That was something he said at the end of every meeting. He did not mean it at all. And I'm going to tell you why. He would then turn around and give you 100 Miss Utility tickets to do. And if you didn't get those tickets done, if anything was red in your queue at the end of the day, you were to some degree penalized for it. If you were the guy that didn't get enough tickets done in a day, you would never be promoted. You would never be rewarded. Your job was to go out and find as many utilities as you could for the company that you worked for. At the time, for context, I worked for, the company I worked for was called CLS. And to give you more context on that, our nickname was can't locate stuff. That was what contractors called us when we showed up. We were really good at what we did. The problem is you're exceptional at finding high profile stuff. That's what you become as a Miss Utility locator. You get really good at finding important things, really important things that might cause harm to life and property. But you get horrible at finding things that are less important, like telephone service. And all that's going to happen there is the lady can't make a phone call at the end of the day. You didn't care about that as much. That's not what we're hired to do. We do it at a much slower pace. Miss Utility guys do a great job, I promise you. Out of the millions, actually, let me be more specific. Common Ground Alliance will tell you that they do something like 300 million locates a year. That's a lot of locating, right? Of those damages, you typically don't hear about the ones that are minor. You will never hear about those. You will hear about it when a house in San Francisco explodes. That makes Miss Utility look really, really bad. Most of those guys, I'm telling you, the actual damage percentage is really low. They do a good job. Where you run into problems is the limitation of what they can and can't do. They don't have the time to locate your whole project. When you call in a mile, they're going to go out and they're going to locate as much as they have to locate. They're only concerned about what might cost them money. Period. Liability, people being harmed, a house exploding. We're really good at finding gas lines. We're really good at finding primary electric, transmission electric. That stuff is well documented and everyone knows where it is. But our job is to go in and find the stuff nobody else can find, or the stuff that's really hard to find. Like he mentioned that they rod ducks. No misutility locator even knows what that is. They don't have them. Most misutility locators don't even have handhole hooks, so they never open a manhole. And if you've done what we do for a living and you never opened a manhole, you are missing a lot of utilities. You can't identify cables if you never open the structure that they come in and out of. That's a true story. They do not open manholes, even though they work for the company that owns the manhole, because there's too much liability in a guy sticking a stick in an electric manhole that has 100,000 volts of electricity running through it. So yeah, they'll find most of what you're looking for. The rest ends up on the news or slows down your project. Our job is to make sure your project doesn't stop. That's the biggest difference. It's to make sure it doesn't stop and cost you the least amount of money. You don't want to hear the word change order. No one in this room does. It's our job to make sure you don't have those. And when a client says to what they said to Ken the other day, we don't understand why your project found we had no issues on this project. What was the point of doing Sue on a project when we have no issues with utilities? That's why we did the project, so you have no issues with utilities. When you allow Miss Utility to do your locating, you're going to have issues with utilities. You can go back and pick up all those things, but you're going to have issues.
Good morning. So either unfortunately or fortunately, I'm the president of Delmarva 811, which used to be called Miss Utility. So as of last March, we changed to Delmarva 811. I just want to add a couple things. All the things you guys are saying is true. One of the big differences is that Delmarva 811 locators will not give you any depth, right? SUE will give you depth. And how much does it cost to call in a ticket for Delmarva 811? $0. And it costs SUE probably more than $1 per hour, probably. So I just want to clear that up. And Debbie, just to make sure that you're getting, you said 18 feet away from a utility?
Oh,
18 inches.
what feet, inches?
I know you want a 14-foot bill. Well, this is
If you go by my feet, you've got space.
understood. But all that stuff is true. It's a whole different service. So just want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
While Hans is getting the mic, I do want to reiterate, I love what these guys are saying, but I need to step in and I need to clarify for everybody in the room. Sue is not perfect. Sue is going to miss stuff. It is just a lot more accurate than what we would get relying on all the other things we could rely on. So everybody needs to keep that in mind. These guys do the best they can to figure out the stuff that nobody can see, right? But it's not perfect. I am not overselling this. It is not perfect, but it's worth the money that you put into it, and it gives you more accurate results than what you would rely on otherwise.
So I'll give you an example right now. I'm not sure if it'll be talked about. I think it will be a little later on. Newcastle County, everybody's aware of 13 and 273. They decided to put mast arms on that project at the intersection. Our traffic section had the utilities located through Miss Utility, made their design, and we had already had it designated by Infomap. And so that when they made their design, all of a sudden there was utilities in the way. So then they had to redesign because then we gave them the SUE work. So they found that there was more out there than they had bargained for, and right where they wanted to place them, several of them, they couldn't. So total redesign. Just to give you an idea of things that could happen.
Thank you. I have a quick question. First of all, I'd like to say utilities do pay for the tickets, so we end up paying. So we know it how many tickets we get. But In the ever increasing world of abandoned cable utilities, we're in the open trench business, so it stops projects, it delays projects. It doesn't kill people, abandoned utilities, cable utilities, but how does the Sioux world deal with this ever increasing number of cables?
Rick touched on it. We do the best we can out there to try to locate everything subsurface. And that part of it, as well as hooking onto those utilities and tracing them out. We're getting into every boxes. We're hooking onto every valve, fire hydrant, whatever we can hook onto, we're hooking onto or clamping around. It's the preferred, most accurate method. You can also induce on the utilities and chase them out. Can you repeat your question? I got off on a tangent there. I'm sorry.
A good point. Like, let's say you find a box for, let's say, old telephone cables. You literally hook up to it and trace it out, whether it's live or
Yeah,
not.
so at the end of, we run through everything, our normal trace outs, hooking on everything. We come back and do sweeps over top of those to try to pick up those unknown conductors that may be in the corridor. We don't always detect them, but if we do get a signal on them, we try to chase it to a known point or structure or vault. You know, if you're tracing, you're on a water line and you're sweeping and you have a 45-degree relocation around to come back in and you have a segment sitting in there. When we're running through our sweeps, we may not pick that up because there's a break in that line, right? Where that 45 goes around. But we may pick it up when we come back and we're running across it doing a linear sweep across the roadway with the transmitter and receiver in tandem. So it may pick up that linear feature, which we would, at that point, we would chase back to a known source if we can do that.
You see now older medium voltage lines, which are abandoned. Like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I didn't see that. Medium voltage was always the go-to, was always located very well. But today with these, they really stop projects dead because you can clearly see this is a medium voltage line. So you have to wait for it to be determined live or not live. So when you get that utility level, does the Sioux world contact the power companies to make sure, can we trace out these old medium voltage lines, or at least get them fully identified?
Are you talking about out of service lines? So like he was saying, when you do a grid sweep, you'll pick up these lines, but sometimes these lines are abandoned, cut in the ground, so there's no service feature at all. So it's picked up during a grid sweep. So it would go on the plans as unknown line. So it's up to the design team to say, well, we want a test hole on there to find out what that is, and then we can dig it up and say, hey, it's an old medium voltage out of service cable, or wherever we pick it up. We may find the very end of it and expose it. We actually just did a project up at JFK Airport tracing a drainage line. So where we got it, we rotted it, and it, 30 feet from the catch basin it was coming out of, it ended. So I told the guys, hey, let's go ahead, and since we put the camera rodder in there also, but it was full of water, but they felt that the camera rodder was up against something. So we dug it up, and lo and behold, there was a old catch basin 2.5 feet in the ground that it went to. That line was abandoned. So we come across that a lot.
I think that's probably a good opportunity for Debbie to interject how much she loves seeing unknown lines on deliverables and on our design team's plans. And Debbie, can you speak to what happens when there's an unknown and what we end up going through?
So first, I'm going to go back to the Sioux companies, and I'm going to say, what is it? Because at the end of the day, that's what, they're supposed to be doing, right? They're supposed to go through, they're supposed to check all the records, the whole 9 yards, but they still can't find it. So I start my digging. First I'll ask the utility company is if they have anything record abandoned or anything like that. And if they're like, no, we have nothing on our records, I start looking in the archive plans. And I've gone back all the way to the turn of the century for when they started doing the poles in the ground or some underground. Oddly enough, Verizon has underground and so does DP&L in the ground back in like the 20s and 30s, go figure. So I will actually go through and I will search every single archive plan that I can find and get my grubby hands on to take and see what that unknown is. If they can't figure out what it is, sometimes I'll say, hey, John, give me an idea what you think it might be. Is it, is it a conduit or is it, is it a big pipe or, what do you think it is? And then it'll give me an idea, maybe it goes back. Now, we still find things that we can't account for. But we do the best we can. So we do a lot of digging. It's just not like, oh yeah, it's an unknown, go for it. No, that doesn't work for me. So I do my own digging. Sometimes I'll even get the archive plans and say, hey, what do you think? And then I'll get their, thoughts on what it might be also. So that's how I go about digging.
We answer your question, but to elaborate on one other thing, unknowns aren't something we ever want to put on the drawing. We fall on the sword every time we have to. It is not something we want to do, but there are just too many times where you encounter something and no one knows what it is because to use your phrase, in this world of cables underground, abandoned cables that we can't identify, it's not just us working to identify them. We're working with utility companies, as she said. We're working with people who may have had experience putting it in. We may reach out to a contractor. A contractor may tell us what a utility is if they have a record of it, if they have a bore log of a pipe that they put in. That may be helpful to us. There are a lot of different avenues of information that we can use to try to identify things, but ultimately, there are a lot of abandoned things in the ground. And no one is claiming them because they don't want to pay for them anymore.
Yeah. And I was going to say two things. We've called property owners, but I can tell you if anybody's familiar with the bridge there in Newport, we replaced. We had aerial cables that nobody wanted, and so we even had to go back to the plant, the company that worked there, open up, go into their buildings, and trace those lines to figure out, was it a comm line, was it alive, was it dead, to go from there. Because you can't move things, you can't touch anything if you don't know who owns it, to basically make sure everybody's safe. So again, like Sean said, you want to go home safe, and that's the utmost importance to this. So an unknown, we had a casing crossing Old Baltimore Pike that thought it was a Verizon old steel casing that they had. No big deal, it's comms, they're not going to hurt anybody. As it turned out, it was electric that was running through that conduit or that pipe. So again, you want to go home, so you're doing your due diligence as best you can. So that's, again, I've reached out to Verizon, I reached out to DP&L, I reach out to anybody who can actually give me an answer.
Just as a reminder for everybody, if a utility retires something, it's still theirs. So from DelDOT's perspective, it's yours even if you took over a company that owned it previously. You've taken that liability from our standpoint. Like, it's not ours. So just keep that in mind when we're digging through this stuff. Ultimately, it's still the utility company's responsibility. So that's part of why we're trying to dig through all this as well.
There's one caveat to that. The fiber wars killed a lot of companies. They don't exist anymore. We'll never know who owns some of those fibers. And Lumen, who I think has pretty much bought up every company at some point, Crown Castle, who bought up everyone, don't have records of a lot of that the old networks. So sometimes when you come across fibers, dark fibers a lot, they might be live, they might not be, and there's really no way for us to tell you that. And there's no way to identify who owned it because that company that put it in doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
One of the challenges that working in the SUE industry is we get a lot of clients that just want test holes. They just ask for a proposal for the test holes. They don't want the designating the QLB first. It's an issue for us in the industry because there's always issues. You go out to dig and a utility isn't where it's supposed to be. And now there's a question, do we still dig it? Does the client still want it? So are you finding that even though SUE's been around for 30 plus years, that there's still too much of that? And what are you doing to try to educate your clients to say, you really should get the quality level B first, because every time you don't ask for a test hole because you're saying, hey, this utility doesn't impact my project, what do you do 6 months from now when you go to construction? You're like, oh, I didn't realize the gas line is really on the other side of the guide rail. It does impact my project now. So I run into that a lot. I know, others in the industry. What can we do more to educate them to say you're really not following the ASCE standard if you're only asking for test holes, but you're skipping the designated?
We had a project ended in December, similar to that. Maryland State Highway requested that we perform 150 holes on their CD project. They had done some spot B work, but they wanted a number of holes in places on gas, electric, on every utility you could think of. And this was along Maryland 2 Ritchie Highway. If anybody knows the area, it's chock full of utilities. When we started the project day one, we realized that most of the information that they had, sure, the records that you get are great. AA County, for one, Anne Arundel County is awesome. They have a great website, shows us where all their water is. It shows us that they have a 12-inch water on that road. And it is kind of close to where it is on that road in some places, and in other places, not at all. What we found on day one was that some of the holes were simply not feasible. So we went out, set up the holes. And when we sent an email to them on day 3, telling them that half of the hole locations, there were no utilities in those locations, we had to go back to the drawing board. So some of the ways in which we educate a client is simply by telling them you're wasting your money. I had to come out, and our time, to be quite honest with you, because setting up a test hole, and I think most of the SUE firms in here will attest to this, setting up a test hole requires someone to go out, locate the area, figure out exactly where it is with the old pipe and cable locators. And if you can't find it, now you got to figure out where it actually is so that you can tell them where it is. And now you have to tell them it's not, or it is in conflict with what you thought you were going to do here. I don't get paid for that at all. And now I have to tell them that they have to redesign everything they were planning to do. Some of it is self-education. Some of it is finding out that you spent a bunch of money on C&D that was useless. Some of it is us telling them and pushing back saying, we're just not going to do this project because it's a huge waste of money and time, and we can't accomplish it, reasonably speaking. We can't do what you want us to do. If you want us to come out and find a water line that turns out to be on the other side of the street, that's a problem. If you think that your Verizon cables, I'm not picking on Verizon, George, listen, it's schematic in nature. And too many times you'll have a drawing that shows a cable and a whole manhole run on the wrong side of the street. Because all they needed to know when they made that drawing was how it serviced the area, how the utility got from one place to another. They didn't need to know that there was a storm drain going in later on when the road was widened and it was going to be in the way. They didn't care about that. That's not their concern at the time. At the time, the only thing they're concerned about is saying, look, I know that we have this many conduits coming down this road. I just need to know, is it on that road and not that road? That's all that's important. It is difficult to get a client to understand all of that without having a very long conversation, because everyone simply thinks if the record says it's there, that's where it is. And that's simply not the case. That's a challenge, and it has been a challenge and will be an ongoing challenge. I think Lexus is in the room. Lexus Group is a SUE firm. AI Data is a SUE firm. These two gentlemen have been doing this with with their Sioux, they're not Sioux firms, they're Sioux inside of engineering firms that are running into the same problems. They probably have to tell people in their building not to do it. They work with people who are doing it every day. And it is a challenge, a huge challenge. And educating people in situations like these is helpful, but it doesn't really take hold until somebody spends a whole lot of money and don't get what they wanted. That's ultimately what the real lessons come in, wasted money. So trying to get people to understand the process works best if you work the process the way it was designed to work. D&C are great for some things, very small, unimportant projects, but you need to go out and designate projects, determine where the utilities actually are, work with the utility companies to narrow that down and get even more information. So it's a combination of D, C, and B. And then you dig DA to nail down the specific conflicts. This is where your box culvert's going. Awesome. I know for a fact that there is a duct run here. You need to know if you have a few inches to squeeze that bad boy in there. And if you're designing around a few inches, God bless you. Good luck. But no, that is one of the biggest challenges we face, is trying to educate people on what we do as opposed to what they think it is that we do.
So we got 10 minutes left. I see Pierce has his hand up.
On now? All right. So I'm glad I'm going to ask this. There's a lot of Sioux companies. So I'm a construction guy. So I pay a lot of money on the construction side to do Sioux through Mumford and Miller and Adel and Pearson. So I think the difficulty maybe that we see there's a disconnect between our design and construction groups is your information is only as good as you're saying, your level of designation, the accuracy, and you're only taking test holes 200 feet, wherever you're hitting conflict points, and then you draw that line on and hand it to design. And design tends to kind of take that line for what it is instead of realizing it's, as you're up here saying, your first 30 minutes, it's a best judgment, especially when you're talking board facilities. If it's something trenched in, it's pretty close. So I would just warn the design side to, there's value in Sioux, obviously, for finding things and designing around it. But the reality is, if you're putting a drainage run in, or you're putting a water line or a sewer line in, and you're going to act like that line is exactly where it is, it's not going to be that in the field. And the change orders that we see on our end for test holing these facilities sometimes might, I don't know how to say it, maybe not so much money should be given in the Sioux and given on the construction end for us to go actually locate it when we're out there putting the facility in the ground.
Well, I won't argue with you. That would have been helpful on 488, actually, the project we just talked about. You found more information on the back end than we could have gotten on the front end, simply because we would have needed hundreds of test pits to determine, maybe not quite that many, but it would have been more to determine the actual alignment of the gas lines that were in question. One, because of the terrain, and two, because of the water. So we had no way to get into the river, although we did get someone in the river to check that, but we also didn't have a way of determining how deep the river itself was, right? So we can tell you, sure, there's a pipe running through here. I can't tell you that the scours, that the bottom of the river is no longer there. Can't tell you that. That's not it. Right. Best locator ever, sir. Best locator ever. So yeah, I agree with you on some projects. Certainly, there needs to be a better communication about how best to dig and when to dig. But yeah, there is a level of uncertainty with Sioux that exists, and it gets higher and higher with each quality level. But to pretend that every drawing that we hand someone is the exact reality of the underground world is also not fair.
There's something I want to jump in because this is one of my pet peeves. these guys go out, and I'm gonna use Verizon as my guinea pig on this one. They have a duct bank on those plans that they have submitted. They've got 16 or 20 conduits in a bundle going down the road. So these guys were saying, okay, I need to know how they're in the ground. Are they 4 across, 3 down? Or are they 4 down? But how many, what's the bottom, what's the top, what's the highest point? Oops. How are they stacked? They give me this information. It's in that data that we get back from them. Give it to the designers. And you know what I get on those plans? I get a line. So George, to your point, that little line is now yay big. So again, we get the information, and what happens to it after that, in some cases, it is what it is. So I can't, there was one project I did make the engineering firm basically make the width of the duct bank. I made them do the sweeps, how they came in, the whole 9 yards. They hated me for it. But I can tell you that it went really smoothly because they knew how big those pipes were. They knew that there was going to be 3 6-inch in a row. So again, it goes back to, what do we show? The information's there, but what do we do with it once we get it? So that's another caveat.
And the manhole symbol on the drawing is not the manhole. I'm saying that not to be facetious. I'm saying that because it cost us on a project where an engineering firm did not assume that the vault itself was bigger than the symbol of the circle that represented the manhole. That's a problem. So there's an education there that has to take place. So now we've gotten in the habit of showing estimated location of the vault around the manhole symbol. Those are the kind of things that come along. And I know it sounds simple, but those are kind of some of the things that we've come across that help communicate what we see out there in the field. I don't know how you guys do this. I'll ask you for them. How do you show a duct bank on a drawing? Because we do our best to try to identify the width, but let's be very real. From structure to structure, the size of that duct bank could change depending on what they ran into in the field. So it may have started off as a 4x3 and ended up as a 2x6 on the other end. What do you guys do?
I would tell you, we just show a single line. Okay. And call out if the information on the conduit, like if it's a 16 MTD, stacked 4x4, we would call that out potentially.
Same. We do exactly the same thing.
That's all we really
It's
can
a
do.
Single, right?
Tasked to do anything else.
It shows as a single line, but it is in reality a much bigger structure. So there has to be some understanding on the other side of that we can't necessarily, without digging up the entire run of conduit or structure from vault to vault, we can't necessarily tell you how that worked. We can take the records that exist from the communications company or the power company and do our best to identify that, but they too will limit you. At the airport recently, we ran across a record that said 4 conduits. Great. That's awesome. But how are those 4 conduits in the ground? Is it 4x4? Is it 1x4? Is it 2x2? No idea. It's going to be to you to some degree to get the rest of that information. On our drawing, 1 line, construction, the contractor gets it. He's going in to do his work. He's planning to run into 1 line. Doesn't work that way.
And that's through the trenching too, because instead of the 12-inch or 15x15-inch, hole that a test hole normally is, we're asking them to do trenches because we want to know how it's stacked, especially if you're putting in drainage and you're have no right of way. You're putting that up against that duct bank. That's where a test hole is going to be, but it's not going to be one of those small test holes. It's going to be a trench because we need to know exactly how it's setting so that you have enough room to put that basin in or whatever you're putting in.
All right, guys. So with that, we're pretty close to time, and being a good utility guy, I want to keep us on schedule now. So thank you all very much. And now we're going to be moving into a break.
All right, folks, thank you all for getting back to your seats. For what it's worth, I think the conversations are great. This is it's great to see all the camaraderie and networking. So please keep that up. we're gonna keep rolling along in the agenda and trying to keep this thing on schedule. So next, Jen's gonna come up and talk about some things from the right-of-way side. And Rosemary, sorry.
Good morning. Good to see everybody asleep today. Life is good. I'm Jen Haller. I am the State Right-of-Way Engineering Resource Manager. And Rosemary Richardson's going to be joining us in a second. And she is the, you know what, we're just going to keep moving. Statewide Acquisition and Relocation Manager. So today we're going to talk about right-of-way and utilities and why they're better together. And I don't think I need to tell you guys this. So here's us. All right, so today we're going to talk about how the right-of-way section within DelDOT, it's one group. We've got a lot of things that we do here. Then we're going to talk about how right-of-way and utilities are actually better together. And then how you can get involved to make a difference, not just within DelDOT, but at a national level. But before we get started, and I promise there's no cell phones involved in this, but I am going to throw a quiz at you. Just by a show of hands, right-of-way equals ownership, true or false? That was all right-of-way people who spoke. What about utility people? All right, so we know it's false. So we just had this really great conversation in our break that talks about the different mindsets on right-of-way. So is right-of-way is the corridor. Right-of-way is the land that is within that corridor. And then right-of-way is also, I'm driving down the road and I'm going to make a left turn and I have the right-of-way in front of somebody who's getting ready to go straight and hit me. So that's a different kind of right-of-way. For the purposes of this, we are talking about the ownership of the land where the road lies. And in this case, right-of-way at its essence is the right to access, the permission to access. It is not ownership. It can be conveyed in fee simple or as an easement. Next up, and I think we know this answer too, utility providers maintain detailed inventories of all their assets and property interests. Correct. So you guys know this already, especially when we go back. You know, we're one of the original 13, so we were early on in getting electric and we were electrified and gassed and everything else. These were mom and pop companies that started off at the beginning of time, back in square wheels. They put all their stuff in. Sometimes they got easements and sometimes they didn't. But over time, these companies got scooped up and bought up by bigger and bigger corporations. Now we find that these national conglomerates don't know their assets at the local level. In addition, there's a lot of employee turnover. So is there succession planning? That's another conversation for another day. But the green people don't understand all the little nooks and crannies to go in to find out where those assets are. Last but not least, this is an easy one. Many challenges for utilities are related to the right-of-way. True or false? Come on now. Yes. Not every challenge, but a lot of them. We have to find the existing property interest. And when I say property interest, it's just a more fancy way to say easement, because it could be a right-of-way. It could be a recorded easement. It could be done through an agreement. So if you say property interest, it just kind of encompasses everything. I'm going to lean back towards just saying easement because we're all in that same frame of mind right now. But if you guys want to be reimbursed because your facility is impacted by a DelDOT project, then we need to know that easement. And like Eric was saying, and I was the one who poked the bear this morning, and it was asking the Sioux investigators how much time they're spending for right-of-way. This is where it comes down to it. If I can't find it, then I go back to our utility coordination team and say, please go back to the utility, ask them if they have an easement for this, because if they want to be reimbursed, then they really need to find that easement. And it could be unrecorded. Little side note on this. If a utility company, whoever it is, works with a landowner, whether it's private or not private, residential, commercial, whatever, and they come up with an agreement, but they don't record it, as long as those two parties remain unchanged, then the easement stays valid. As soon as Joe and Jane homeowner move and someone new comes in, the easement's done. So keep that in mind. Always record your easements. How'd you do? Everybody got 100, right? So we're going to talk about right-of-way now, the right-of-way section, not the corridor. So we have 3 different groups, and we're going to go into the responsibilities, and then we're going to talk about the interactions with different teams. Team support. Most of us are here. Wave, kids. Yay! So what we do in team support is we review every single set of plans at every single stage of the project development life cycle. And we are doing research heavy in the beginning to tie down when that land was bought, and then one deed further to make sure that the person who sold the land to DelDOT had the right and title in which to do that. Included with that are utility easements. We are looking for those. Now, some states, I'm gonna get a little into the weeds, but not too far. DelDOT's been here for a long time. We know that plans are going back to the early 1900s, and sometimes we can't even find them, but the roads have been there. And so when people say, how far back do you search? As long as it takes. We might get lucky and find a set of plans from the 50s where the road was created, but then again, we might be back into the 20s. It just depends on what we find as we look. When we do these plan reviews, we're looking from all perspectives. So as the project development cycle continues and we move into preliminary and semifinal or concept or whatever, we're looking at designs to make sure, we're not PEs yet, but we're looking to make sure that it's a doable design. We might draw questions up. We had a concurrence meeting yesterday, and it was mentioned, can we shorten that ditch just a little bit? Because you only need 5 feet from this landowner. How about if we just shorten this up a little bit? Can we tidy things up a little bit here? Think about the right-of-way need for the design. Try to not have those long, narrow triangles that are 6 inches at one end and go off to a point 20 feet later. Is there really a good reason for that? And land is expensive, especially when we get towards the beaches or up towards Wilmington, things get expensive. Because we look from all angles at these plans, we understand all the different needs. And so we're bridging those gaps that exist. And at the end of our plan review, when we hand it off to Rosemary and Maureen's teams, then we're making sure that they understand things. So if they have questions, they may come and ask us. They may come and ask the design teams. They may go and ask the utility teams. It just depends. But we try to remain on hand. Our goal is to make sure that when plans go over to real estate, they are clean. There are no questions. These folks can go do what they need to do to buy the land so that you guys can put shovels in the ground. So now that I've already said all of that, I'm going to go over it again a little bit. We're going to find these different utility easements for the purpose of this. Of this event today. We're finding the utility easements. We're looking at proposed relocations to make sure the right-of-way needs are met. You have certain offsets from the center line of service. You have guy wires on a pole. You might have underground facilities that need a little bit more land or a little bit less land. We make sure all that's met. And then we're going to look at an existing easement compared to a new easement, and maybe it's only a partial extinguishment that's needed. Maybe the whole entire easement doesn't need to be extinguished. So those are the things that we're doing in team support. And now I'm going to hand it off to Rosemary, who will talk about appraisal and acquisition.
Greetings. Okay, can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right, we work with team support. We're kind of like real estate, and team support is like chocolate and peanut butter. We're a good mix, a good blend. So we need them, they need us, life is good. On the appraisal side, we work with the public. We work with them by buying frequently what they don't want to sell. And that's unfortunate, but we work through that. We meet with people when they're at their best and when they're at their worst. So I'm going to give you a little peek at what it is and how an acquisition agent handles some things that arise when they're out on site. Back in 2004, I was a brand new agent. I was gung-ho, made sure that everything was all together. I had all my documents. I had maps. I was bringing all of the plans. Everything was in order. I made an appointment with the property owner and intended to meet with them. As I pulled up to the house, I step out and I'm unloading my car. And I hear this voice, loud voice over to my right. And I see this figure out of the corner of my eye fast approaching me. And I'm thinking, I don't think this person's talking to me. Why would they talk to me? They don't know me. So there was a lot of profanity coming along with that. And when I turned around and looked at this individual, there was a alcohol beverage in one hand and a cigarette in the other. So I thought, well, I don't know how well this is going to work out, but that's not my owner that I made my appointment with. In the meantime, the owner came out that I had scheduled, and he was very upset and started yelling back at the other property owner. And I thought, well, okay, I guess these people don't do neighborhood barbecues either. So I said, how about we just stop here a minute, and I'm going to meet with the original person that I've scheduled with, and I will come back to you after I'm finished and we can talk. So that calmed things down. That was the dealing with the best and the worst. And when you listen and you work together, you can have a positive results. Moving forward, they both signed. We got what we needed. All was good. But it's that initial contact that you have to listen to these people, understand what they are trying to tell you, and what they may not have the proper information. They may end up, hearing something that's not true. So you're there to create, make sure that they understand the project, what's happening, what the needs are, and basically give them all the facts. So now I'm going to move on to the appraisal section. Our appraisers determine the value of easements that are being extinguished. And these easements are the utility easements for the most part. Then we completely separate from the cost of the moving of the facility, which means we are paying for the easement itself. It's an asset to the utility company. You do not own the underlying fee. We're going to pay the owner for any underlying fee area, but we're going to pay you for your easement that's going to be extinguished. As far as the relocation of the utility, that is with Eric's group. And Eric makes sure that that happens. Okay, next one. For the appraisal process, the appraisers have to follow all federal and state regulations for appraisals. We all have to follow regulations and processes and procedures. You folks do, we do, everybody does. No matter what we do, we're all dealing with regulations. And that's fine, and we can do that. We identify how the road project affects the utility property interest. We determine the value of the easement to be extinguished, and that is all part of the acquisition side, which is in conjunction with the appraisal. Sometimes when it's a non-complex situation, we do waiver valuations, which is everything's all about the comparables, and they're provided to us. Okay, as far as the DelDOT acquisition section, we coordinate with the utility provider to define the easement rights needed for extinguishment. We then prepare the documents, negotiate, secure the signatures, make the settlement, and record extinguished easements. That's the process. It's the same process that we use for any property owner. Same thing. You're going to get your just compensation. We're going to have a settlement. We're going to extinguish and we are going to record. So in the end, we make the offer to go back again. We make the offer, we negotiate the terms for the extinguishment of the easement, we finalize the settlement and complete required documentation, and then record the existing easement. And that's pretty much what we do. It sounds very simple, but sometimes it's complex. And it may not be complex on the easement side of things, but sometimes we do have very complex acquisitions that we have to deal with. And but that's typically not normal when we're dealing with the utility companies. So I'm going to send this back to Jen.
Thank you, Rosemary. All right, so now we're just going to go over a little bit of the basics for utility easements. They can be blanket or defined. A blanket easement is just what it sounds like. It's a blanket over the entire parcel, whereas a defined easement is going to give courses. Blanket easements, keep in mind, if you're a landowner and a utility company comes to you and says, we want a blanket easement, that means that utility company can put a utility pole right in your front porch. They can do it. Will they? No, probably not. But just be aware. When it comes to a fixed location for those easements, the rights are limited to that area that's been described in the deed. So the easement proves that the utility company has an interest in the property, that they have an interest in addition to the landowner. And then when DelDOT acquires an easement for a project, it includes space to accommodate the utility. So we know that when the DelDOT would issue permits and so forth for utilities within the right-of-way, but outside of the right-of-way, when we have a project come through and we get a PE, we're going to allow for a public utility to be located in that easement. And as Rosemary went over, we do extinguish the easement that's been impacted by the project. All right. Keep these things in mind as well. This is key for utility providers. If you want to be reimbursed, the utility has to have an executed agreement or an easement. It could be recorded, it could be unrecorded, but it has to exist. The existing facilities have to be located within that easement. So for instance, if you have a limited easement that has a corridor that's been spelled out, or an area, a triangular section at the corner of the parcel, whatever, and that utility feature goes outside of the bounds of that easement, then you may not be eligible for reimbursement. And that relocation has to be due to a result of a DelDOT project. You can't just say, well, we're going to upgrade our facility and shift it out and we want DelDOT to pay for it. It's not going to work like that. So now I'm going to get into how we work better together. So as we know, and we've already talked about this, a lot of our issues are related to the right-of-way. The property interest or the easement can be in different formats. We also know that a lot of older easements are incredibly vague. And by that, what I mean is one example I always give, and I'm not calling out any companies, don't hold me to this, but I've seen so many easements that say, Joe and Mary Smith own a 2-acre parcel of land east of Dover. So now we know where it isn't. It's not very, very clear. And we need the utility provider's help in connecting those easements to the utility feature. And then we also know from the DelDOT side that right-of-way and utilities really end up on the critical path a lot, or at least they used to, because we're getting better at that. So our shared concerns, now we're going to come to the campfire and we're going to roast marshmallows and sing Kumbaya. So here's the question, and nobody has to answer these. These are just for you guys to consider as we move forward to try to find good solutions. If the level of service changes, because we've talked about that, those abandoned lines, who is responsible for the facility change? And what about the property interest? So if it goes within the right-of-way, then the easement gets extinguished. But then there's also different terminologies, which is the second question. You might have abandoned, you might have out of service, you might have retired, you might have all these different terms, what do they all mean? Because there is no hard and fast rule nationally, or I believe statewide, that's going to say this term means this. The definition for the term being used is in the eye of the person who used that term, not the person who's reading it. So then the next question is, how do we proceed when the utility is outside of that easement? If you have that limited easement and the utility falls outside, how does that get rectified? Especially if it's impacted by a DelDOT project. So then in the end, again, more things for you to consider. This is just your perspective. How can the relationship between DelDOT and a utility provider be improved? Because there's always room for improvement. We can always make things better. So I've given this presentation in different states, and this is kind of what I'm hearing from a lot of different utility right-of-way exchanges. Early, start early. Delaware team support, we do right-of-way engineering, which I've already explained to you. That's the term for what we do in team support. We get involved early. We have heavy research at survey plans. We're nailing down all the existing information. This is what's needed in order to proceed forward with good designs and good acquisitions later on. There's no reason why utilities can't be involved. We are looking for the utility easements, but identifying those early, or identifying the existing utilities early is going to help. Because for an example, what happens if there's scoping, if they're looking ahead at projects that are going to be coming down, and there's this one section of this road where it's like every single utility in existence is right there, along with a high voltage electric transmission. You don't want to put the road there. You don't want to destroy all that. Move things to another location. You know, that's how you engage and you get early. And it also feeds into collaboration. We want to align all the needs, right-of-way, utilities, road, environmental, everything. It's a more holistic view of it all. And then we want to coordinate this. We want to share our information with the utility company, and we would really like the utility company to share their information with us. Because, like it or not, if the road is going to impact a facility, then we need to know what that facility is and where it's located. And then if we can absolutely embed right-of-way and utilities into every single phase, which we try to do that now, but I know that utilities tends to like to get involved a little bit later, only because designs change. So why would you waste your time to do a utility design if you know that the road design is going to change anyway? I get it, but at least engage with the existing data. And then if we can work on timelines for everybody, then we can all reach that lovely finish line at the same time, or at least close. So again, taking this holistic approach, we want to have this continuous collaboration. Let's keep the conversations going. It's not us versus them. We all have the same goal. You need your service. We need to have a clean right of way and the road to go in where it needs to go. Why would we make this a battle? The battle is really on Rosemary's side and who she's dealing with on cooperative landowners. And we want to make sure that all the plans, which we do that on the right-of-way side in team support, we make sure that the plans are having right-of-way that accounts for everybody's needs, not just design, not just utilities, but everything. We're accounting for all of that. And then we want to have really good communication between all the design teams. It's not just right-of-way and design and utilities, but it's everybody. So when we have these CMGC meetings and everybody's sitting there and everybody feeds into it, it makes it for such a great level of project success because everybody's feeding into it. And somebody from Rosemary's team may say something that impacts the design. Why not? We're all on the same project. We all understand the same needs, whether we have PLS or PE or whatever initials after our names. And then as we move forward, considering the different perspectives, as I was saying, if an agent is calling up a questionable design issue, then go for it. Have a conversation about it. So to and through construction, we're going to still understand the parcel constraints. We're going to understand the utility needs. We're going to hopefully resolve conflicts before they become a stoppage. And then we're going to address field changes that impact the right-of-way. We may have to come back. You know, we have as-built, well, we also have as-acquireds. And if field changes have to happen that impact the right-of-way, then we go out and acquire more easements or more land or what have you. So then at the end, again, this is coordination, collaboration, communication, that whole love fest. We want to share these long-term goals. We want to anticipate potential conflicts early. And that's where the early utility identification really comes into play and really helps with our plans. And then back to the terminology. If we could come up with some sort of consistency, I know there is national research going on right now that includes terminology at a national level. I don't know how well, or I don't know the process and where that stands, but hopefully it'll trickle down and we'll all be able to fall in line to use those consistent terms. And then if we can try to standardize, and I hate to use the word standard because it's just got such a cloud over it, but if we can come up with a more unified approach to documentation and the mapping so that everybody is working from the same information, it just leads to better project delivery overall. So that was really quick, and I think I am really close. Now, I've got 2 QR codes here because in addition to my work at DelDOT, I am in the chair of the Technical Council on Right-of-Way Engineering for AASHTO, and that is the top left QR code. We have utilities and right-of-way in this group. We are always on the lookout for people to get involved, and people at the utility level are absolutely needed for both of them, actually. We have current research projects going on right now through TRB to develop ways to unify right-of-way and utilities. We need utility providers to get involved. So if you snap that, it'll take you to the Committee on Right-of-Way Utilities and Outdoor Advertising Control. You can look for right-of-way engineering for me. You can also get in touch with Eric. He's on that site as well. Join us, be part of this conversation, because if those conversations are only held at the DOT level, then nothing's ever going to come of it, because the people who use it, you, the utility providers, are never going to have input into what's going to come of that research. So it's really important. If you want to make a difference, if you have this burning issue that's been bugging you for a long time, share it, because chances are you're not the only one who's ever had that problem. The lower right is the TRB Standing Committee on Utilities and Rights of Way. I am on that standing committee, and we are also working on research on that side. One of the hot topics right now is siting high voltage electric transmission lines along highway rights of way. Huge topic. What does that look like? Because the transmission corridor is so wide that if it's alongside of a highway right of way, then the right of way needed for high voltage electric is going to go over and beyond the highway right of way because they need so much land. But they don't want anything in their easement, but we've got a road and we've already got existing utilities in our right of way or along our right of way. That's a huge conversation. So definitely check both of these out. Get involved, make your voice heard. I can't stress that enough. It really helps to get the user's perspective of it and the utility perspective of it. It's going to make a better product at the end in both AASHTO and TRB. So with that, I thank you. Any questions, comments, rotten tomatoes? Somebody up front here.
I can't help but question. You didn't mention NEPA, and NEPA has brought all of us to grinding halts, especially on federally funded projects. So I think it is important that we recognize when the acquisitions happen that we have enough NEPA clearance, because you heard from the bridge project earlier, that can be a detriment when you try to focus this in a channel afterwards.
As far as NEPA goes, that is up to our environmental group, and we can't really start anything. We can't do any acquisitions until after the NEPA is completed and approved.
Rosemary, is that if we draw the NEPA line too narrow, we all end up in a box. And that's where right away and NEPA meet. You see, when the environmental side doesn't draw the box wide enough, you're going to be restricted, we're going to be restricted.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not personally familiar with the timeline for NEPA work. If it's possible that we can bring them in or, get them involved early as well. And I think just this cross-committee, cross-team coordination, they may not be able to set it through the entire project, but at least get it started in some areas of the project that we can tie down the right of way. Redesigns happen all the time, but just as we try to nail down the right of way plans prior to final construction plans with the understanding that the benefit outweighs the risk, maybe NEPA can follow suit.
I don't know how much you can elaborate, but you touched on utility transmission right-of-ways being included in roadway design. By the way, I'm over here.
I can't see you. Oh, hello. Oh, see, you said you were going to ask questions.
So is it a real consideration to be adding transmission right-of-ways to roadways? And what is the right-of-way of a transmission line, if you know, or if any power company guys know, what the actual right-of-way is of one transmission line?
So the right of way needed for a transmission line depends on the amount of power going through the line. I saw one that was for a 745 kV line. It was 250 feet of right of way. And that's a lot. And that's wider than some of our roads. The concern was not putting the transmission line in the right of way, but along the right of way. So the concern from a DOT side is, first of all, safety. But then when it comes to the right of way itself, how does that transmission right of way interfere with the highway right of way when there's other utilities that are already in it or along it? That was the concern. I don't think we're looking to when I say co-locate, it just means alongside. Now we do know that, obviously we all have transmission lines everywhere, and on the East Coast, it's really hard to co-locate to where you have these side-by-side corridors. Out in the middle of the plains, it's going to be a whole lot easier. So coming from a DOT perspective, we just need to think about bigger issues. Is it the safety side? What kind of structures do we need? What kind of safety measures do we need? What about access points? If the highway has a DA and you can't get to that utility, then how is that going to be maintained? So there's a lot of coordination and logistical conversations that are happening at the national level, as well as within the US DOT. Eric and I were invited to a conversation with one of those groups under the US undersecretary kind of level conversation to talk about this very thing. What is that going to look like? It's just right now, it's so new that it's not really taken foot. And out in the Midwest, it's taken foot, but around here, it has not.
So just to provide insight there, Sean, Delaware's unique, right? So Delaware's small. We have a high percentage of roads that we maintain transmissions in our right of way everywhere. But just like with any other utility, when you come into the state right of way, you play by our terms, right? So I guess from a national perspective, it's more like if we're talking about transmission and trying to maintain the typical transmission easement offsets, that's a whole different ballgame, right? Like in Delaware, we don't have the space for that. Never will. Can't acquire enough rights to be able to provide that. So that's where we're getting involved nationally to provide our Delaware perspective. I know my friends from Delmarva Power can probably speak better to this, but I mean, them and DEC, they have transmission in our right of way, and it's not 100-foot transmission space. They're right up at the edge of our right of way line, and it is what it is. Maybe they're getting some easements beyond our right of way line for like swing of their cables or vegetation management, but we do allow transmission in the right of way. There's a lot of states that don't.
Anybody else? All right. So in closing, I'm just going to say, if either one of these interests you and you didn't snap the QR code, I'm sitting over here. Come and see me. I'll give you a card. You can give me a card, and I will talk to you more about our research and how to get involved with the technical councils and what we're looking at for both TRB and ASHTO. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. All right. So next, we're going to have Mike and John come up and give a little forecast on the DelDOT program and the various projects.
Right, good morning, everyone. So I'm actually filling in for Matt Vincent. He wasn't able to make it, so you end up with me. So I'm gonna do my best. I have his notes. So I apologize if I'm gonna read verbatim for a lot of them, but not super familiar with every single project on here, at least with the very detailed part of it. So here we go. So just some major project updates. Just gonna cover things on a high level basis. As always, we have our mission statement: every trip, every mode, every dollar for everyone. So I'm going to cover Newcastle County, and then Mike Simmons will cover Kent and Sussex. So here's just the project snapshot of some of our corridor projects within 95. So we have I-295 construction is complete. There's the 4 bridge projects, 1-719, 720, 738, and 739. Those are currently under construction, and they should be complete in early 2027. Those will have UHPC overlay involved. All right, and then 95, 896. I'm sure you guys have driven around here. It looks great. It's coming along. So the shared use path is set to open this spring, and substantial completion for the entire project should be this summer. So moving on to SR1. So there is a SR1 widening that we are looking at. We're currently evaluating the scope on some long-term and short-term improvements. So that may involve like a hard running shoulder or a HOV lane for a short-term improvement. Longer term, we're looking at like widening, pavement reconstruction. So that would be pretty far out. Also looking at some ramp improvements for SR1 and the 273 interchange. And moving on to Route 40. So there is currently the Route 40 widening right now that just started this spring. It is planned for completion in late 2027. Also, we had the US 40 896 grade separated interchange. Right away is nearly complete for that project, and construction is going to be based on funding. So right now, I don't think there's a construction schedule for that project, but you know we'll continue to update as we move along. Oh, sorry, missed one more. So US 40 and Route 7, it's also a grade separated interchange that we're looking at. We do have concepts developed, but it is on hold for funding as well. Moving on to 299, the widening was completed last year. 301 efforts are in process of closeout, and there is monitoring going on with 301. So I think that covers the main project highlights for Newcastle County. If you do have any questions, please reach out to Matt Vincent. So thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Mike Simmons. Like Jonathan said, I'm the Chief of Project Development South Section here at DelDOT. So like Jonathan said, our projects are primarily in Kent and Sussex County. So like Jonathan said, the purpose of this meeting is really just to give everybody a brief status update of some of the major projects we're working on, help bring everybody up to speed with the ongoing projects and maybe a little bit of a glimpse of a few that are yet to come in the near future. I've got a lot of projects to go over. It's a long list. I'm going to go through it really quick. That's going to make it a little dry. But I'm not going to get into a lot of detail about any one of them, or we'll be here all day. But that being said, I do have most of the project managers from my group are here: John Gaines, Brian Behrens, Mark Whiteside, and some others. So if you do want to have a detailed conversation about any of these projects, feel free to reach out to any one of us at lunchtime, during the break, or whenever. And of course, Jonathan is here. He's not actively involved in all of the projects he's going over. He got to fill in at the last minute, but I'm sure he'll do his best to help you as well. So that being said, I also would be remiss if I didn't say that Eric does a fantastic job of scheduling frequent utility coordination meetings for our projects, and they're extremely valuable to us. We would much prefer to resolve issues during the design phase than after a project is in construction. So please take advantage of those meetings and make life go much better for all of us, especially Katie and her group, once everything gets to construction. So that being said, oh, and also Kevin Lindell is here, by the way. If you have questions about any bridges, you want to get into a detailed conversation about bridges as well. And I'm not sure how many of his staff are here, but he is as well. So you can find any one of us during one of the upcoming breaks. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to go through this quick. MLK Junior Boulevard, it's in Dover. It's a safety project primarily for pedestrians, but we're making some other improvements as you're going into downtown Dover, going right into really the Legislative Mall area. So the design's ongoing, construction's scheduled right now for fiscal year 29. Slightly bigger one, US 13. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. Sticking to this sheet. We'll get to that in a second. Okay, so US 13 widening, Lockmeath Way to Punch and Run. Design right-of-way acquisitions are in the final stages. Construction should be starting in FY 28. 3 and 4, both of the Camden bypass projects, west and east, they're in construction, as anybody knows that's been in the Camden area lately. US 13 widening, Walnut Shade to Lockmeath. Design and right-of-way acquisition are ongoing. The construction of that project will follow the first phase I mentioned a minute ago. Walnut Shade Road, that's in Woodside, from US 13 to Peachtree Run. That project has a roundabout at Peachtree Run Road and has a multi-use path from Polytech down to Peachtree Run. Design and right-of-way acquisition, they're nearing completion right now, so construction should be taking place in FY 27. Number 7 on your map, US 13, Brentford Big Oak Road intersection improvements. Design and right-of-way acquisition are nearly complete. We plan to advertise that very soon. So a couple pictures that I got to a little too soon a second ago. That's the roundabout for the East Camden bypass, which is pretty awesome, I think. Obviously it's not done, but that's going to be awesome when both of these projects are finished. So, and that's a picture of the West Camden bypass under construction as well. That's a couple big jobs. It's going to be really nice when it's all done. So moving on. Okay, SR8 corridor projects. There's no number on the one labeled for SR 15 and 42. But if anybody's familiar with the route of State Route 15, it sort of does a zigzag along 42. So there's actually 2 intersections that you could call SR 15 and SR 42 because of the dog leg on the route. This is the western one of the 2, which is actually 7 Hickories Road, Brentford Road, Seanytown Road. So again, that's an intersection improvement. It's in design. Right-of-way acquisition should be starting in fiscal year 27 and 28, with construction currently scheduled for fiscal years 28 and 29. Also, no number on your map is Kenton Road and Central Church Road intersection improvement. Most of the utilities are actually already relocated. They're just wrapping up a few minor ones at this point. And construction on that, roadway construction on that's going to start very soon. Number 2 on your map, SR8 Chestnut Grove, Nault Road intersection improvements. The design hasn't started yet. It's going to start up in FY 28. Number 4, Kenton Road's under construction. Anybody that's been out that way knows that. College Road, number 5 on your map up there. That's actually on hold right now, but we might be starting that up at some point in the near future. Number 8 may be new to most of you that have heard this presentation before. Garrison Oak Connector. That's actually a new alignment that's east of Dover, actually east of SR1. We haven't determined the exact alignment yet, but it will run from North Little Creek Road up to White Oak Road. We're in the very early stages of design, so we don't have a lot of information about that yet. We still have a lot of potential alignments to look at and things like that long before we'll be having detailed conversations with all of you. Here's a picture of SR8 and Kenton Road, which is obviously complete. A piece of it turned out really nice. Okay, SR 15 corridor. Number one, Peachtree Run Road. We haven't done anything with that. P doesn't start until FY 30, but that's, just keep that on everybody's radar. Number two, Irish Hill Road, Fox Chase Road to McGinnis Pond Road. That's a couple of intersections involved in that one. It's in designs and right-of-way acquisition. Construction should be coming in 27, 28. SR 15 and Irish Hill Road intersection improvements. Designs ongoing. Right-of-way acquisition should be taking place in 27 and 28. Construction in 28 and 29. SR 15 and Andrews Lake Road intersection improvements. Design ongoing. Right-of-way in 26 and 27. Construction in 28. I apologize. Most of you from utility companies, you've been working on these projects for years, so most of you already know this. Canterbury Road, that's the whole corridor. That PE doesn't start until FY 30. SR 12 and SR 15 intersection improvements. Design is ongoing. Right-of-way acquisition in 27 and 28. Construction in 28 and 29. Another one on Canterbury Road, SR 15 and Carpenter Bridge Road. That PE will start in 29, so put that on your radar. SR 15 and Churchill Road intersection improvements. That's another one. The PE will be starting up in 29. So, okay, moving on to Sussex County. All right. Again, I'm like Jonathan, I'm not going into any of the ones that are complete. You've all driven over most of those. So anything that's gold on any of these maps, I'm not even touching on those. Number 6 on the map, SR1 southbound at US 113. That's a relatively small project just to make traffic flow a little bit better at that southbound movement where Route 1 and 113 split. The design is ongoing. Right-of-way acquisition in 28, construction in 29. Number 7 on your map, Northeast Front Street, Rehoboth Boulevard to SR1. That's primarily a pedestrian improvement project with pathways on Northeast Front Street and on up and also up by the high school as well. The design and right-of-way acquisition are actually wrapping up right now. Construction should be taking place in 27 and 28. Number 10, 1 and 16, that's under construction, hopefully wrapping up very soon. Anybody that's headed down to the beach from here is very much aware of that one. SR1 and Cave Neck Road, grade separated intersection. Design and right-of-way acquisition are both ongoing. Construction is currently scheduled for FY 28 and 29. SR1 and Minus Conway Road, grade separated intersection, that's in construction as well. Number 14 on your map, SR1 at 5 points. That's planned, but at this point in time, I don't know exactly when we'll be starting that. Here's a great picture of 1 and 16 under construction. So I can't wait for that one to get wrapped up. Okay, moving on to the 113 corridor. A lot of projects on here, all those in blue, 1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Those are all planned grade separated intersections along 113 at Statenville Road, McCauley's Chapel Road, and Old State Road, Redden Road, Wilson Road, Aero Safety Road, South Bedford Street, Speedway Kruger, Governor Stokely Road, and Avenue of Honor. They're not programmed right now, but you know, those many of you will be working on those in the future. Number 2, 113 and 16 grade separated intersection. That design is going to be starting very soon, FY 27. 113, 404 grade separated intersection. Really big, really nice project. Design right-of-way acquisition are basically complete. Utility relocations are ongoing. Roadway construction should be starting this summer and should be wrapping up in 28. 113 and 9 GSI grade separated intersections in the early stages of design. 15 US 113 widening in Millsboro, another good sized project. Design and right-of-way acquisitions are both ongoing. And there's a picture of the North Millsboro bypass, which turned out absolutely fantastic. If any of you haven't been down there to drive on that yet, you need to do so. It turned out amazing. Okay, SR 30 corridor. So SR 30 and Jefferson Road in the very early stages of design, right-of-way acquisition in 29 and 30, construction in 31. 30 and 16, number 2. It's in design, right-of-way acquisitions in 28 and 29, construction in 30, 31. 30 in Sand Hill, very similar. Right-of-way acquisitions, 26, 27. Construction, 28, 29. 30 in Zor Road, we haven't started that one yet. We'll start that one up in 28, so that will be on your radar here very soon. Nearby projects that don't have numbers. Zor and Peterkins, designs ongoing, right-of-way acquisition should be starting up here in 26, construction in 29. 5 in Hurdle Ditch, designs ongoing. Again, also the same right-of-way acquisition 26, construction 29. 5 in Harmon's Hill, right, designs ongoing, right-of-way acquisitions in 28 and 29, construction in 30. And Discount Land Road, that's in Laurel, that's in the very early stages of design. Okay, SR 20, PE starts in FY 27 for all 4 of these intersections, which it's SR 20 at Beaver Dam Branch Road, East Trap Pond Road, Shortley Road, and Cross Keys Road, or Governor Stokely Road. So we'll be starting that one up very soon. Okay, US 9 corridor, Park Avenue Phase 2. Design and right-of-way acquisitions are complete. Tree clearing contract starts next week with a 6-week duration. Utility relocations, as most of you know, will follow that with a 1-year duration, and then the roadway construction will start in 27. US 9 from Dairy Farm Road to Old Vine Road, we'll be starting that up in 27, so here very soon. US 9 Old Vine Boulevard to SR 1, that design's actually wrapping up. Right-of-way acquisitions will be starting very soon. Number 12, Plantation Road improvements, Phase 2. Design is wrapping up. Right-of-way acquisitions will begin in the next few months. 13, realignment of Old Orchard Road at West Coates Corner. That's been a challenge for everybody on the design side and the utility side. So thanks to everyone for their cooperation on that one. That one is in construction now. US 9, Kings Highway, Dartmouth Drive to Freeman Highway. Design's wrapping up. So right-of-way acquisition should be starting very soon. Beaver Dam Road, Fisher Road to Plantation Road. That's number 15. Design should start in FY 29, so keep that in the back of your head. Nearby project, no number. Cave Neck Hudson Sweetbriar. Really challenging intersection to work out the geometry on that one. The design is complete. Wrapping up right-of-way acquisitions. Utility relocations are going to be in FY 26 and 27, and then the roadway construction will follow that, and also in FY 27. Okay, SR 24. Most of these are done, but number 2, Plantation Road, I already talked about that on the US 9 slide. Airport Road extension. It's not numbered, but it's sort of at the top. We're just in the very early stages of that design. Not a lot to info to give you on that one just yet. So there's a great picture of SR 24 widening that just wrapped up not that long ago. All right, I'm almost done, I promise. SR 54 corridor, SR 54 to Hudson Road, designs ongoing, right-of-way acquisitions are ongoing, construction in 28, 29. 54 Westline Road, we'll be starting that one in 28, so heads up on that one. SR 54 multimodal improvement, the scope on that one includes pedestrian bicycle improvements from SR 20 out to SR 1. It's in the very early stages of design. That is not going to be an easy project to deliver. Definitely going to be some utilities involved in that one. And number 4, replacement of bridge 3-437 on SR 54. That is in construction right now. A couple nearby projects, the blue ones at the top that don't have numbers. 17 Powell Farm Road, Peppers Corner Road. We're still having discussions about that, but we're hoping that the developer is on the hook to actually build a roundabout at that location. More to come if that changes. And SR 17 and Daisy Road, that design will start in FY 29. So be looking for that one as well. Okay, I know that was a lot. I went through a lot really fast. Certainly didn't have time to get into a lot of detail on any of those. And again, find one of us if you have any questions at lunchtime or during the break, or you want to have a more detailed discussion, even if it's about, a certain conflict one of the utilities has. We'll be glad to talk to you. Beyond that, for now, any questions? Did you memorize all those numbers I threw at you? Okay. All right. Thanks.
You guys. So one of the things I just wanted to reiterate when, especially when Mike was providing insight, that was all fiscal year dates, right? So when we're coordinating through our monthly meetings and our standalone coordination meetings, we'll give you the actual dates because fiscal year dates are not calendar year dates. So we're doing the best we can to translate for those that are involved. So just keep that in mind. So when you're hearing like FY26, FY27, that doesn't necessarily mean calendar year 26, 27. So, all right. So next up, we're going to have a panel of utility and municipal representatives that I will moderate. So if the panelists could come up, please. All right. So I found Chat GPT and yeah, it was fun. So nobody's safe. All right. So we wanted to have utility and municipal panel to give folks opportunities to ask questions. Obviously, we put out the surveys associated with this event every year, and the ask is for more utility involvement, more opportunities. So these folks were kind enough to agree when I called them up and said, "Hey, would you be willing to participate in the panel?" So hopefully you guys have good questions for them. I'm going to start off by turning it over to them to provide introductions of themselves and kind of what they do for their company. So Troy, we'll start with you.
So actually, we didn't volunteer. Eric said that he was going to hold projects of ours hostage if we didn't come up here. But Troy Dickerson, Vice President of Engineering at DEC.
Hello. Okay, picking up. No. Hello, hello.
I'm gonna try more.
Hello, there we go. Hey, my name's Christy Stanfill. I am the manager of gas engineering at Delmarva Power. I've held a variety of different positions in Delmarva and am currently back in the gas department as the manager.
Hi, everybody. I'm Adam Gould at Artesian Water, and I manage the planning department at Artesian.
Good morning. I'm Eric Larimore. I'm the head of engineering at Newcastle County Public Works.
All right. Thanks again for volunteering. So I have some preset questions here, but again, we much prefer that you folks in the audience ask questions and interact here. So I'll start off by asking, does anybody have any questions that they want to ask the group? If not, I'll jump into some pre-planned ones while you guys are thinking. All right, not seeing any. All right, so this is for all of you guys. And Eric, maybe I'll start with you and then we can kind of go down the line. How do you and your organization define customer service?
Yeah, customer service is really big with the new administration. It's always been, I mean, you're in a service business, so it's the biggest thing. So in engineering, Our mission statement is to provide professional, reliable, cost-effective, transparent, and innovative services to those that are served and are served by wastewater and stormwater in Newcastle County. So we have our own public sewer customers, right? DelDOT is actually, believe it or not, a sewer customer. I'm going to assume those sewer agreements are all in order. We have public-facing customers, right? DelDOT would be a good example of that, DenRec, other municipalities. And then we have our internal stakeholders, like our operations folks. And so we define customer service as trying to balance all of those needs. When problems come to us, our job is to provide solutions. And that is what engineering provides to our customers, is we try to provide solutions knowing that everybody's in the sandbox and we've got to make it all work together and try to meet everybody's needs.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, customer service is big for all of us. So Adam, I'll just like go down the line. So how about from Artesian standpoint?
Yeah, it's important to us too. That's a good answer, Eric. So for us in planning, customer service is very important for us. We have call center. We don't have any call centers. All the calls come into Artesian. We man the phones 24/7. If our customer service group is not there, it goes right to our dispatch group and they can get in touch with our inspectors and such. For us in planning, specifically the customer service is more about, we have calls with folks that want to connect to the system. And the name of the game and most of that is all about restoration. So for us, it's important to get the restoration right. Main extensions and service installations always come hand in hand with a bunch of noise and dirt, and customers only ever see what you left behind. So we try to make sure that we always have happy customers.
Sounds good. Christy, how about from the Delmarva standpoint?
I say, I don't know if I can say it any better. I mean, customer service where we're supplying reliable gas or electric to our customers. And the key term right now is affordability. Everybody is having issues right now paying their bills. So affordability is top of mind, as well as reliable service.
And Troy?
Yeah, just to tag on to that one, I mean, for us, it's keeping the lights on and then providing reliable and affordable electricity to our members.
Awesome. So again, like I'm asking that because we're all in the business of customer service, right? So it doesn't change whether you're on the utility side, whether you're on the DelDOT side, whether you're on the consulting side. So customer service is key. So my next question, because I'm not seeing anybody in the audience with hands up, like I would love to see, what are the biggest challenges for each of your organizations when it comes to coordination with DelDOT projects during design and construction? Troy, I'm gonna start with you. Be nice.
Some of the biggest challenges. I would say some of the biggest challenges for us, it really comes down to right-of-way acquisition and when that occurs. Because a lot of that dictates our design, whether or not we can go within the state right away or we have to push stuff out to private. And if there's enough room for us to go underground and have all the other underground utilities fit within our same trench, fit within our same right of way. So I would say a lot of it comes back down to right of way acquisition.
Christy, from a Delmarva standpoint, anything you'd add to that?
So one of our biggest issues with Delmarva is just the moving schedules. It's like we have a construction schedule. It's supposed to start November of 25, and then it gets pushed to 26, and then you're now towards the end of 26, and is it going to go? Is it not going to go? So I understand there's delays and everything else, but the shifting of schedules, even the design schedules into construction schedules, that's definitely a challenge for Delmarva.
Adam? Yeah, I'd say the same thing. We have that listed. It's always the real estate acquisition, and that presentation this morning was great. It was very helpful. The other thing that catches us off guard, which hasn't happened lately, we've talked about it before, Eric, is the maintenance projects that come up that are, don't follow the normal protocol. It hasn't been bad lately, but those are the biggest challenges.
Eric, how about with that municipal perspective, anything different that you'd offer? Things are definitely different on the municipal side when it comes to DelDOT projects.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything the panelists said. I think the biggest challenge we're seeing right now is to communicate effectively with DelDOT and with all of our stakeholders expeditiously. Like Chris said, I mean, there, delays, everything's so intertwined nowadays that it just, any delay So the faster we can communicate with you all or get answers, I always tell people, I feel, I don't know if people would agree or not, I can live with the yes, I can live with the no. It's the non-decision that always costs everybody in the room the money and the time, right? And so, but just that, the keeping the open lines of communication. I mean, we all have jobs to do, but I'm sure I could meet with a lot of people in this room every single day just to keep things moving. And then how do you balance everything? So it is a balance, but I think right now the biggest thing we're trying to do is make sure that we are communicating well with all our partners as quickly and correctly as we possibly can. So they've got something they can bank on and we've got something we can bank on and keep moving forward.
Very good. Krista, you actually kind of got into what my next question was about. So I'll start with you. Explain how budgeting works for your organization and how it comes into play with the DelDOT project coordination and relocation work.
So Delmarva budgets per year, not necessarily per project. So when a project gets pushed from one year to the next, we don't have a budget for it. If it was planned in 25 and all the money is in 25, we don't have money planned in 26. So if it gets moved to 26, we're trying to find the money. We either have to drop a project that was planned in 26 and push that further on, or we have to go see what other projects have fallen off the radar in other parts of the company. So I know some companies do budget per project, but unfortunately Delmarva does do per year. So shifting things from year to year has a huge impact on our business.
You do need a mic because we're virtual. It needs to be recorded, so you need a mic.
Just from an accounting standpoint, if you had the project budgeted in 25 and it got pushed to 26, won't you have the money left in 25 to move to 26?
No, I know a lot of people think that, but the way that the company budgets, it's you're spending all your money in 25 and all your money in 26. So if I don't spend my money in like the DelDOT project, I have to spend it elsewhere. So I'm spending that money regardless in 25. It's just, is it to a DelDOT project or can I use that and put it towards a reliability project in gas? Or there's times when we can't spend that money and we release it to the electric side. So it's getting spent in 25, regardless of if it's getting spent towards DelDOT or not.
Yes, Troy and Adam, anything that you guys would add from your perspective companies?
Yeah, I can add. So it's kind of the same with us. There's the money, if it's not spent in 25, it doesn't automatically carry over. We don't have a carryover budget. We have to budget year by year. But for us, we have a couple different things going on. We have a controllable and non-controllable. We call DelDOT non-controllable because we don't have any control over it. That's not meant to be an insult. But we might have 10 DelDOT projects that we're working on and the schedules might all land in 2 or 3 years. We budget for 3 years at a time. But even though we might have $10 million that we're looking at, we only get a bucket of money. So we're used to rolling the dice. Our execs will give us a certain amount of money for each year to deal with whatever the first DelDOT project is that comes along the way. So it's really just keeping tabs of the schedules and making sure that the bucket of money that we have is big enough for the few projects that might happen in the year.
Or anything else from DEC standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess uncontrollable is a good way to put it. So for us, we've got a 4-year plan that we kind of budget out, and then we break that into individual 1-year plans. So when we talk about DelDOT projects, that's kind of, so those are all controllable expenses in that 4-year plan. It gets broken down into the 1-year plan. But DelDOT's uncontrollable. So for us, we really don't budget for DelDOT projects because, most of the time for us, we're within private right-of-way, private easement. So most of the work that we do for DelDOT is reimbursable. And the times that we do have to do the work on DEC's dime, we just have to make it work. And what happens is we just drop off other projects. If there's a reliability project, we just drop that project off and we'll do the DOT project instead.
So my takeaway is schedules and knowing those schedules are very important for budgeting, because if our schedules change or you don't know the schedules, then there may not be money to support the need for the DelDOT project, like whatever needs to happen from a utility perspective. Now, Eric, obviously on the municipal side, things tend to work differently with DelDOT projects because in most cases, DelDOT is responsible by Delaware code to pay for those impacts to municipalities. And oftentimes we're doing that work as part of our highway project, minus the electric side for the municipalities that have electric. So anything that you want to add from a budgeting standpoint into this conversation?
Yeah, so the budgeting, what we've tried to do is really grow our relationship with you guys. So we're in our budget cycle right now. Our fiscal year is July 1 to June 30th every year. And when something changes, you can guarantee that it's at least going to cost 1 year of budgeting if I don't get their information early enough. So what I've tasked our team in engineering to do is make sure they're at the monthly utility meeting, be on the portal, and getting these projects as fast as we can. We know what you're going to ask us. Where's your utility? Can it be moved? That kind of thing. So, it's just a rinse and repeat. But if we come into right now, if you bring me a brand new project right now, I didn't ask for it in November when my budget was due. So we just lost 18 months because politically, I only get to go to county council one time a year, and I still have a GM to convince compared to all the other things Public Works does, parks, libraries, all those kind of things. I have a county executive to convince, and he's dealing with 4 or 5 different department needs. So, if anybody wants to know one of the reasons government is so slow, we call it county joy in Newcastle County. That's one of the reasons is we really need to be making sure that we are staying well abreast of what DelDOT's doing so that we can plan, get design done, get the construction money, and try to hit these things. Understood a few years ago, DelDOT got, a bunch of new federal funds, and there was a lot of projects. And we actually knew that DelDOT was going to become one of our biggest customers for a while with a lot of projects. And we just saw them all in the last presentation. So we're really trying to get out ahead of that. And again, communicate with you guys so that we're on time and we're not holding people up.
Awesome. Any questions for the audience before I keep all the way in the back?
In the last panel, they talked about subsurface utilities, and a lot of the problems were around the information that the utilities provided in the records and the lack of knowledge of where their own assets are. This then turns into problems they talked about with safety. In California, a house blew up because a gas line wasn't known about. They talk about worker safety being on the road, trying to find the utilities. So I'm wondering what proactive step the utility companies are taking to resolve this problem.
I can start. So we have our in-house inspector. We take our own as-builts. So our in-house inspectors visit the job sites every day, try to get there every day, usually try to get there twice a day. When they're there, they're taking detailed drawings we detail a drawing for every single fitting that we put in, and it goes on the as-built, and we also take GPS shots of each one of those fittings. So when we get the as-builts back in, we pump that drawing into our GIS. We actually draw the infrastructure into GIS, and we actually draw those individual details and hyperlink them, as well as hyperlink the as-built. So the pipe that we put in ourselves, we're very sure of where it is. It's the things that we acquire that over the different acquisitions that we do. Those are the things that we never really seem to know where any of that is, because we usually just get a box of old, water stained prints, and that's about all that there is.
So we put in probably 80 to 100,000 feet a month of underground secondary and primary cable. So as-builts, it's kind of tough to do. So we don't necessarily do as-builts, but all of our field engineers, they go out and they stake all the jobs, and the contractors generally put the underground cable in a location that we stake. The other side of it too is that we've got our own in-house locators. So we don't have a third-party contractor going out and doing locates for us. So that gives us a lot more control on the devices that we're using for locating. That gives us a lot more control on who we hire and who comes in and does the locating for us. So from that standpoint, when missed utility tickets are called in, I'd like to think that our locates are generally a little bit better because we have a lot more control over what equipment we use and who we've got doing it.
Christy, anything from Delmarva side?
Sure. We do have as-builts of both the main and services that we install. The services are as built on something called service cards. We are required to keep these records. Unfortunately, we haven't gone to GPSing a lot of our stuff yet, but there's been a lot of discussions among all three OPCOs and Exelon to go to the GPSing of the services. We also have our in-house locators, and we do use external locators as well. So we have a combination of both. Now, I will say a lot of our historical records are, I can't say they were incorrect at this time because a lot of things have changed over the last 50, 60, 80 years for when that service was initially put in. But we do understand some of our historical records are challenging. And we will, if Miss Utility has been called and we go out and market and a contractor has issues finding it, we will send an internal locator out and do everything in our power to find that. If we have to get soft dig out there, we will even have soft dig out there to try and locate it for us too.
And I did just want to add, so we clarify, we don't have as-built, but we do have a full GIS map with all of our infrastructure that is located. Back in 2002, maybe we had our entire system GPSed. So all of our poles and all the overhead structures and stuff that we could physically see, we've got accurate GPS locations of that. Unfortunately for the underground, it was point to point until we switched to a GIS system where we're actually able to go out and stake locations. So probably, I would say maybe like 2010 on, everything that we've installed since 2010, which is really when we've seen most of our growth from 2010 until now. We've got accurate GPS locations on our GIS system for that infrastructure in the field.
Eric, Eric, anything to add from the county's perspective?
So the county has extensive as-built records. They're about as good as anything I'm going to tell you today. So verify everything. But you know, we have really upped our game in the project management side in the last 5 years to the point where we're trying to inspect everything going in the ground. I think Southern Sewer, south of the canal, Newcastle County, probably in the next 50 years would be quite a different experience from an information and data perspective than Northern Newcastle County was, like Christy said, some of the legacy issues of, you know, we've got to do some underground, you know, vetting of these things because a lot of this stuff was put in a time where just, it went in, there might have been 1 or 2 inspectors, but it wasn't the level we're trying to put forward today. So.
Very good. Any other questions from the audience?
It's just a curiosity, but all the records and reports that everybody keeps, do we, Eric, or do you at DelDOT, can you get all this information, or is everybody separate and apart?
That's a loaded question. So, I mean, part of our process is that we reach out to all the utility companies that are within the project limits, and part of the responsibility of the utility companies is to provide information back to us to show what they have in the area. So sometimes that's in the form of them submitting as-built, but they're also required to provide markups. Typically the way it works, because we're very proactive on going out and trying to get field investigations through the Sioux side of the world. A lot of times we're going out and doing those Sioux investigations. So we're showing existing utility information on the plans when they're first sent out to the utility companies. So in those cases, they take more of kind of a review role. But again, like they'll mark up the plans, they'll supply as-built information. Some companies are better than others, and I'm not going to call anybody out, but we definitely get more quality information from certain companies versus others, which is why we rely so heavily on Sioux to help us fill those gaps quickly and early so we can make more informed decisions early in our design projects. So hopefully that answered your question. All right, any others? Great questions.
Another question from the right-of-way side. So for those of you who are starting to track your assets in GIS, how many of you are including easements along with those physical features?
Fusion does. Once the easement's recorded, we hyperlink a copy of that to the GIS. For us, the GIS is the system of record for our accounting department. It's basically where we put all the good stuff.
I'm assuming no for.
Same, we're not in GIS yet, but hopefully soon. Maybe.
The county's the same. Our GIS, we have backlinks to all the right of way. Like when we come upon drawings, we make it a layer so we can track it. Yeah, but I bet you it's a small layer.
Sean has a question.
Well, and back to that question, I mean, for us, we were incorporated in 1936, so the easement that says the house 2 miles east of Dover, I mean, that's literally what our easements are, because we didn't start recording easements through the recorder of deeds until I think 1972 or 1973. So anything prior to that, all the easements that we have for our infrastructure in the field prior to that timeline isn't at the recorder of deeds, isn't on any state property record search. It's located in files in our office. So it's not on our map.
Yeah, which is a great point why it's so important when we're coordinating projects that, we're doing the due diligence we can to try to identify utility easements, to provide that information in our plan set so the utility companies have it, but nothing beats the utility company performing that, right? Because there are records that you have that we will never be able to get unless you provide it to us, and it's very important, so.
I know in recent years we had some significant inflation. I'm curious how much that has impacted your work on highway projects and how much that is reflected in, this is going to be a little self-serving, but how much we pay at the pump, so to speak. How has that impacted things?
I'll start with that one. So we get the same increases everybody else does. Our chemicals go up. We have a lot of gas. Buy a lot of gas. We have vehicles all over the place. For us, that all comes up to the point where we can't really carry that cost anymore. And we go to the Public Service Commission and ask for an increase in our rates.
Yeah, at the county, same thing, like Adam said. I mean, yeah, costs are up. I read in the ENR, it was in an article back in, I think DelDOT put out in October that said that in engineering and construction, they think there's probably still going to be an increase in the next 2 years where everything else will start to level out. So yeah, I think things aren't getting cheaper. That's for sure. The only thing I'll say is, sewer rates are set by the county, by county council, and that is all I'm going to say about that. They're not going up. I'll say that. They're not going up as far as I know. How about that?
I say Delmarva is a regulated utility too, so we go to the PSC for our rate increases. But just like Adam said, everything's going up. We're paying more for gas. We're paying more for the different construction materials. So it's unfortunately going to get passed on through the rates in the long run.
So we are not regulated. So our rate increases come through our board. Our membership voted us out of the Public Service Commission back in, I think, 2008, maybe, where we were self-regulated. But as far as cost, I mean, what's helped us with cost is that we've had such substantial growth that we've been able to offset the increased cost by additional revenue from all the new meters that we've been connecting. But just to put it into perspective for cost, let's just say prior to COVID, so prior to 2020, the price for our 4-aught secondary underground wire cable was about $1.40 a foot. During the height of COVID the height of whatever you want to call it, from 2020 to 2024, we got up to about $4.60 a foot for secondary, and now we're back down to like the $2 range. So while the cost did come up substantially, they've come back down. They've not come down prior to the 2020 rates, but they're getting close to it. And that's with transformers and every other piece of equipment that we're buying as well.
Interesting. And so just to piggyback for Adam and Christy, this is going to come out like a statement, but there is a question in there. So if you can speak to it, on the DelDOT side, when we have non-reimbursable work, which a lot of the work that you guys end up getting involved with is non-reimbursable. My understanding is that can just become a pass-through to the Public Service Commission for a rate increase. Is that Is that fair? Like, can you speak to that? Because I'm trying to get across like the fact that whatever you guys are doing, essentially somebody's paying for it, and we all have the same customers, right?
So for DelDOT work, yes, it's a pass through. It's through something called DSIC. Jeff Miles could talk more on it. He is extremely familiar with DSIC. I'm just getting my legs underneath me since he's moved on to the electric side. But yes, it is a pass through because it is basically mandated by the state to move our equipment and facilities.
Yeah, that's the same for us too. It's a pass through. We do get the opportunity to charge the DSIC rate. It's a distribution system improvement charge that you can specifically apply right away without having to wait for the Public Service Commission. But for us, you can get temporary relief through the DSIC, or else you have to really wait for the next rate case. But it is mostly a pass through.
Gotcha. And Troy, does DEC do something similar, even though it's not regulated through the Public Service Commission?
No, I mean, for us, we still have to, even if it's a power cost adjustment that comes through our GNT, we still have to take that to the board for approval to pass that rate increase onto our membership. But if it's a rate increase based on DEC's cost, same thing, we've got to pass it on to, we don't have a pass through where we can do a rate increase without going through our board for approval.
Gotcha. Very good. Other questions from the audience? All right, I'm gonna keep rolling, people. All right, so earlier we talked about the budgeting side. So outside of budgeting, what else hampers your organization's ability to perform work when DelDOT asks? So Eric, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so the county right now, the last couple of years since pandemic's gone through a huge human resource transition, a lot of retirements, a lot of changeover. So I think our most limiting constraint right now is people. And so I think that's the biggest limiting factor. And it goes back to what I said earlier about communicating expeditiously but correctly. I think that's where we're having to change our game and find new ways to work at Public Works and engineering. Because before, it's not just you lose the people. When you lose people that have been there 30, 40 years, the institutional knowledge that checks out, even when someone calls and says, hey, that guy, that was the person I always called, who is it now? And there's no one at the desk and no one at the phone. We got to find new ways to make sure that people are served. So that's the biggest challenge for us right now is, we're just in a restructuring to find new ways to work, keep up the level of service or increase it, do even better, but not in the way we did before.
Yeah, I can, for us, aside from the budget, it's the materials that we need to have on hand for the pipeline project. So we just finished the Route 40 widening project, which started a little bit later than we initially thought. And in order for us to get that 24-inch pipe to the whole 1.5 miles or 2 miles that it was, we had to get it. And we had to figure out where we could put it for the time it took for the project to actually start. So, and it was a real bear. So it was material storage and making sure the materials that you need is the biggest issue, especially as projects get pushed back.
So ours is just timing of everything. We have processes and procedures that we have to follow. The bidding of a project takes 6 to 8 weeks if it's small, 8 to 10 weeks, possibly longer if it's a larger project. Then contracts has their portion of time that they need in order to get their approvals and issue a contract. Then it goes to our scheduling group, and our scheduling group is 6 to 8 weeks out. So then it's the timing of everything. It's the procedures that we have to follow and the processes. It's understanding that you call us up and you're like, okay, you should start in a month. It's going to take 3 months in order to line everything up and for us to be out there.
And for us, it's going to be material and contractor availability. So, when we're talking about a distribution project where we have to relocate a distribution line, generally we've got contractors of choice on our system that we can divert sources from whatever we're working on and go work on a DOT project. And generally the material for the distribution projects we have in stock. And if we don't have it in stock, at our warehouse, our distributors have it in stock. Where the availability comes into is the transmission style projects, where transmission contractors, it's kind of a specialty. So, we're a cooperative. We're not a Exelon, we're not an Excel Energy or some of the first like BG&E, Delmarva Power, where they're doing, 50, 60, 70 miles of transmission work a year. So if DelDOT comes to us and says, hey, we got to relocate, 6 or 7 transmission poles, getting contractors to come off that 50-mile transmission line for one of the big IRUs to come do a 7-pole transmission job for us is tough. And on top of that, I mean, when we're looking at steel poles for transmission, lead times generally are in the 50 to 60 week lead time. Same thing with transmission insulators. So a lot of that comes down to we've got to do a lot of pre-planning, especially when it comes to transmission projects. And that would be the same for us and Delmarva Power's electric transmission system.
Very good. So kind of still along those lines, and I'm sure this is going to be near and dear to a lot of people in the audience, to their hearts. So obviously our process of coordination involves sharing plans and getting insight back from utility companies, whether it's early on with concepts and survey plans to work out the existing facilities, but then also as we're progressing into design, right? So one of the questions is always, when does the utility truly perform their design? Like, we might be exchanging information and you guys are giving us information back on what the impacts are and maybe what that relocation looks like. But when does the true internal utility design happen?
For us, it happens at semifinal phase.
Okay. Any different for DEC or Delmarva standpoint?
I would say probably the semifinal, somewhere between the semifinal and the final, but probably more the semifinal. What isn't necessarily done is like the work orders and the internal, like putting in the material requests and that kind of stuff. That doesn't come until closer to the construction of the project.
Troy, any different?
I mean, our designs are done before we get concept plan from you.
You're just great answer. You're just on it.
So, I mean, for us, we've got a lot of infrastructure in rural areas. So a lot of the bridge replacement projects, once we get the concept plans, we're able to do a design based off of those, because we're a lot of times doing advanced relocate to even for the job to start, where, there's clearance issues with overhead cranes setting the box structures for the bridges and whatnot. So the smaller projects we're doing right after we get the concept plans, and we're trying to get those done as quickly as possible. The larger projects, it's like everybody else. It's going to be semifinals.
Yeah. So, Christy, you mentioned that work order process. So the design might be done, and I'm going to call it conceptually. I know it's really better than conceptual, but conceptually we have a design, right? And then internally to all of your companies, you're going to package something up, whether you're going to have in-house forces work on it or you're going to bid it out. But that's a process, and you summed it up with that work order process. So what does that look like? And it seems like sometimes there's going to be changes in that process, right? Like the design could change as part of that. So can you walk us through what that might look like from a time frame standpoint? When are you going to start that process, and how you already mentioned kind of how long some of it takes, but I think the audience would benefit from that information.
So setting up the work order, in our system, you have the overall work order, and then you have different tasks. So depending on how many phases or how you want to break up the work, each activity of construction, whether or not it's main install, then you could have a tie-in, then the retirement, service tie-overs. Each one of those could be a different task. So if you could have one task, you could have 100 tasks. So the length of time it takes to actually set up your work order varies depending on how many tasks you have. Setting up the work order itself isn't necessarily that difficult. It's more if you're having 50 tasks, it's just time consuming. Basically, we kind of take, okay, what's our longest lead material, and when does this need to kind of hit like our materials people in order to order all the materials on time. So we make sure to input the material requests in the work order, so everything can get ordered on time. And then as designs change and things adjust, we can put in additional material requests. Some we have in stock and we can just pull from, and some we occasionally have to call around. Sometimes we call PICO and BGE and say, hey, do you have XYZ we can borrow? And then we'll replace it, and we'll go pick it up from them. But for the most part, hopefully we have it in stock. And if not, we work with Deacon. They sometimes have it we can pull from, and worst comes to worst, hopefully one of the other opcos have it.
Anything anybody else wants to add to that behind the scenes type stuff? All right, so we have about 8 minutes left. I saw Mr. Potter had a question, but then he decided not to ask, so. Oh, no, it's not Ray's fault. It's Chris's fault, always.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, man.
All right. So in construction, we always, we get these timing statements for the utility companies. Is there anything different that we should be looking at? I mean, I'm hearing this panel talk about there's budget constraints, there's obviously material procurement requirements and so forth. And what we normally get is just a general blank utility timing statement that runs, let's say, a year and a half or 2 years, whatever that is. Is there maybe additional information that we should be putting on these timing statements to give construction a better idea of should there be any hiccups or anything like that, that this should be part of the consideration when it comes to, project scheduling?
Great question. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
What type of information would like, go a little further? What type of information are you thinking about?
Yes. So a lot of times there's, construction projects are very dynamic in construction when you have phasing. And so what happens is, let's say things get changed around and moved around. Do you have those materials available? Are they there? Do we have to delay the project, tell the contractor, hey, listen, we're going to probably have to issue a work stop order because the utility company doesn't have that material available. So, but all we get in the timing statement is just like one bar line. It's 18 months, let's say, for a utility relocation. We don't really understand all the details behind what you guys are doing to get the work accomplished.
So, so the partnership between DelDOT and the county, and I'll just speak for us, has really evolved, I think, in the last several years. I think it's safe to say, my team's here, they're going to tell me that is not what we're doing, but I think we're doing this. That on smaller projects, it's like it always was. We're getting plans from these guys. We're providing comments, and a lot of times the DelDOT contractor is going to do the work on behalf of the county if it's a minor adjustment, relocation, things like that. The big change for us is we now are doing a lot of the advanced utility relocations on our own and in advance. So if we say it's 2 years till we're done, generally, you guys aren't starting until we're done anyway. So we're with the goal of us not being in your way or messing things up, right? But it is a good question. I have to think about it more. I know we're getting together with DelDOT. Mark, what do we get to? It's like quarterly now we're getting together. So that'd be a good thing to talk about is like what additional in construction, how would we relate to you guys if something's held up or advanced or something like that? Because those things, yeah, that's a good point.
Let me ask it a different way. Do you guys actually develop a schedule, a Primavera schedule? Because that's what our contractors do. And having additional detail there is important for us in construction. Because we can better understand where you guys are coming from. Just simply like material lead times or when your scheduled construction activities are expected.
So with construction public bidding always, in design, the answer would be yes, but not really until now. In the last year, the change in the engineering landscape and design services for the county. When I started the county, there was probably a dozen, I'll call them local mom and pop type consulting shops, right? And we were big customers. I'm not a big customer, believe it or not, Newcastle County, when everybody's been bought up on the engineering side, right? You're dealing with global engineering companies now. So with that, we've talked a lot internally and started to put framework in place so that we can manage the design side much better, just like we do the construction side. But there are schedules, yes. I don't know, did I answer the question?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. It would be good to see your schedule.
Don't ask me if
actual
we're good at
schedule.
keeping the schedule.
Yeah,
Don't ask me
no,
that.
no, that's,
Okay.
that's another thing, but it would be good to see what you guys are thinking
Yeah.
from this side of the
Yep.
world. That way we can kind of plan better with some of the challenges that may come up in construction.
And that speaks to the communication piece, like I said, because I mean, people need answers, right? And yeah, that's a good point.
And it is different with the municipality, right? Like oftentimes, I know we have some projects where the county is doing their own work, but oftentimes it's work that's built into our contract. So it's really on the highway contractor to schedule all that, right? That's part of their process. It's more the Artesians, the Delmarvas and the DECs who are performing their own work in most cases, where something like that would be very beneficial. And I know we talk through it as part of the coordination process. And as part of that coordination effort, we take the information that we learn and we do the best we can to create a utility bar chart based on a lot of factors, right? Part of that is based on what the design schedule is anticipated when certain phases are going to happen, when the project's going to bid, right? So like we put all of that together to try to paint that holistic picture as to when the different pieces of utility work are going to happen in relation to the overall DelDOT project. What's difficult is as things are changing, being able to keep that updated because we're not all talking, right? Like contractor could be changing something that we're not hearing about on the utility side that these guys aren't hearing about until it's too late or until it's too close, or the utility might have issues that they run into that aren't communicated back to us, that aren't communicated back to construction. So that's where I think the difficulty is, and the level of detail, to your point. Like we're getting the most detail that we can, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, Adam, Christy, and Troy, but I would venture to say from my experience that most of the companies don't have any sort of true schedule through the design process. It's not coming together until you're going through that work order process. And by that point, that ship has sailed. So just my 2 cents. So look, we're right up against lunch. I'm trying to keep us on schedule. So we're done. So thank you to our panel. So we got some announcements before lunch, one of which was there was a lost earring, and I forgot to mention it earlier. So if anybody lost an earring, please see Monica and Becky.
Yeah, so that was one of the announcements. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. And thank you to the folks. Come on up. Thank you to all of our presenters this morning. I think it was a wonderfully informative morning for everybody with a lot of different perspectives covered today. So thank you again for that. And thank you for the audience participation as well. That is greatly appreciated. So a couple of things real quick, because we want to get food in your bellies and get you recharged for the next portion of the summit this afternoon. There are water refill stations too, just for your knowledge, by the restrooms as well. We do have beverages on either side, or no, just on that side now. Yeah, thank you, Becky, keeping me straight. Just on the one side. We will have 2 lines for lunch. So we're actually going to go from kind of the outside, working your way in towards the center. For those of you who are at the winter workshop, it's the same setup as that. So you can follow those folks if you want. And then just a quick reminder too, thank you for picking up your badges and for signing in this morning. Please sign in this afternoon as well before you come back, especially if you require PDHs. In addition, before you leave today, on your way out, please leave your badges at the front desk too, because we do reuse those every year. And I think that is it that I have at the moment. Yeah, I did mention the numbers this morning too. So if you haven't picked up your badge, please do so. Again, just a reminder, you should have a number on the back of the badge. So it is important to keep it until the very end of the day, and then please return it at the very end of the day. With that being said, feel free to break for lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
All right, so as everybody's getting back to their seats, just a reminder, we have sign-in sheets back out there for the PM session. please sign in, especially for those of you that want PDH credits. Make sure the email address that is on that sheet is where your PDH credits are going to be sent. So make sure that's correct. If it's not correct, go ahead and update that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed lunch. I think Franco's did great. The food was amazing. All right, so next I'm going to bring up our folks from 4M to go over a pilot project that we've done with them. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, but Max, if you want to come up and take it from there.
Thank you, Eric. Hopefully everyone's not too tired after lunch. Hopefully we can wake you up. If you need to do some calisthenics, get up, raise your hands, jump jacks, go ahead. Max Ovette from 4M Analytics. I'm here joined by Jared and Beth as well. And recently we ran through a pilot project with DelDOT. So 4M is an AI mapping solution that is based for utility mapping. So helping you guys pre-scope, plan, and get a better understanding of what utilities are out in the field as they are and where they could be located. So really help get that global understanding. Right now, we're going to kind of do a high level view of what 4M is so you guys can understand how are we getting our data, what are you visualizing, where is it coming from, so that when you do step through and we get into the review of the pilot project, you'll get an understanding of that. And we'll also jump into the platform real quick through a little walkthrough. Feel free to jump in, ask questions, happy to go from there. But, 4M Analytics, we're trying to be the Google Maps of the subsurface, the trusted utility data platform. So we're actively going through and pre-mapping the whole US. So each state by state, we're going through and actively gathering all open source records that we can find and compiling that with a number of different imagery sources from drone, LiDAR, satellite, and so forth. Actively working with a number of different DOTs. We were established in 2019 and we're based out of Austin, and we're currently going through Series B funding as far as a startup. Inside of that, as we're going through, and I think this morning's discussion and the panel has really helped kind of pull this all through, is the current status quo and the process that we're working through to understand where utilities are and how we plan for them proactively and manage them as we go in from that planning, design, and into construction is slow and time consuming. Not to say it's inefficient, but there's ways we could start leveraging technology to really help drive and understand that project at an earlier state. Debbie, you talked about having to go through and collate and pull together a bunch of different records so that you can understand what utilities are and then actively start reaching out and diving into that piece. Here in this is where we're using the AI conflation engine to really run through, compile all this data so that when Debbie gets to her work, now she can look at the data and determine who to reach out to and which areas to dive down deeper and which ones to go investigate further. DOT's current state, conventional record research, it takes a lot of time. It's historical paper files. There's different areas inside the office. There's basements full of records that haven't yet been digitized, that haven't been brought up. You have as-built, you have all this data coming in. You have field surprises, you're running into conflicts, you're having to redesign, you're having to go out and do more potholing because of the scope, or you've gone out and you're identifying lines that you weren't yet aware of. And then lastly, it all comes down to change order and cost delays, and then safety. As we do these strikes, if they're hitting gas mains, water mains, or anything that's high pressure, we're exposing ourselves to risk in terms of liability as well as to our people in the field. So we're really here to help kind of get that global understanding so you can further dive into it. So our first part of the process is when we go out to actively pre-map a state, we're working on we're collecting the information. So that's a mixture of images, GIS layers, documents, PDFs, and any other web information that we can find. So any records that have been open and public, we're pulling all of those in. So permits, as-builts, GeoPDFs, all of that's coming into the platform. That's being combined on top of with the imagery and then detecting and validating all the different on-surface objects. So we're using both the deep web search to understand what utilities have been out there, what are the as-built showing, And then we're using object detection, so identifying manholes, sewers, valves, light poles, and whatnot across the surface to then QA, QC the data and help build that comprehensiveness and that reliability and that understanding of the data that you're seeing on the screen is actually out there in the field and what you can believe it to be. From that, we combine that and then start applying AI generated lines and using engineering logic to start combining. We've identified a fire hydrant. We've identified a main water line. So we're going to, we know through engineering logic that fire hydrant must be connected to that main water line. So we will draw in that specific line. Same for gas meters and different apparatuses. Now, inside of this is where when we go through and provide all the attribution and the source documentation inside the viewer and inside your GIS records, we're identifying we have a identified AI generated line, but we want you guys to trust it, but go verify. We are saying this is AI generated. We believe this to be here. The path and the actual which way it might be go, we're going to draw a perpendicular path, the one of shortest and least difficulty. Is that accurate? Probably not. It might dip down. It might dogleg left or right. But this is what we believe to be here and should be in this general area is a line that is being generated. We also provide our source documentation as far as what's public and as what's private. Due to T's and C's, we might not be able to share it, but we are wanting to share. We have found this through a reliable source that we believe it to be here so that you guys can trust it, but still go verify it out in the field. Lastly, the data is not stagnant. You guys are all doing work. Data is coming in. Permits are being submitted. New imagery is being generated. We're capturing all that, and on a 3 to 8 week cycle, we're refreshing and pushing data back up into the system so that when you come back, you're always getting fresh data. Again, it's rerunning through that conflation process. So you are getting that deep understanding, that deep knowledge of what's out there. But as you build lines, as you put new lines in there, we were working with Michigan DOT, and we were able to identify a trench line from from satellite imagery. That permit and all of the actual applications hadn't yet passed through the whole process of finalizing, but we were able to capture that trench line and identify, hey, here is an undetermined line. We believe one to be here because we can see a trench is being put in, so we will mark it as undetermined. They came to us and were like, how'd you get that? And we're like, oh, we pulled that one from satellite imagery. So it really is allowing you guys to get an understanding of what's going on out in the field. So when you're coming to the planning projects, you can start pulling that utility information early and then start leveraging that down the whole cycle. In terms of interoperability, we understand you guys work on multiple different platforms, AutoCAD, GIS, Bentley, MicroStation, Trimble. We're really wanting to help you guys span those different domains and work across the platforms. So we're actively working with Bentley, Trimble, PointMan, Atom AI as different solutions so that we can make sure the data that you're pulling here is able to pass into the applications that you guys need to use it inside of. Overall, when we were going through the pilot, I had jumped in and looked at the Delaware utility program and kind of looked through the different phases of our data and really where do you pull it in, inside that concept phase, that utility designation, initial survey plan. If you pull it in early, as you go down the phase, you can start building on it. Not to be said, as you move into that final plans, construction, and over into asset management, again, if you guys are out there doing construction, running into utility lines that you've not yet identified, this is a great place to, leverage more data, request it, pull it in, and then you can start getting an understanding of what other utilities you might have missed or might not have been seen because you guys are one of the 13 founding states. We are able to pull records and go very deep back. Not to say we'll have everything, but if you're going back to 1920 and you guys have records and they might have been digitized or we can find different traces of that evidence, well, we'll start pulling that in so you guys can be aware of what is going on. As we're going through, we understand you guys do planning. You bring in Sue early and often, which is fantastic. We don't see that across a lot of states. So this is really just helping leverage that potential and really diving into more detail and depth. But from that, what does it look like when we actually instantly draw? I'll do a video. Now the question is if I can actually make this all work. I don't want to pause it. So definitely kind of going to walk you through this real quick as we do it. So application is fully SaaS-based. You access it through the internet, put in the URL, password, username. You're going to find the area that you're specifically interested in, select it, and then you're going to draw your polygon or the boundary area of your project. Once you define that project, you'll hit, you'll fill in a couple fields, define your project name, define the project phase, and then the type, so you capture that. What that is doing, we're doing it in Decatur, Alabama, selecting that we're doing a land development project, and we're hitting view utility list. So instantly what that's going to do is it's going to search our database and pull up all of the utility data that we actually have out in the field for that specific project boundary. So that's all of your different lines. In this case, we had 304 miles of underground and above ground assets across about 4 different sectors. We have it separated into, standard utility sector designations as far as color, coordination, and all of that. And then from there, we'll apply the object detection. The object detection is what is pulling in all of those on-surface objects. So poles, utility meters, valves, manholes, covers, inlets, hydrants. We're working on bringing in other assets, but this is so you can start diving in, understanding where the utility lines, using the QA/QC from the objects to really understand what's going on out in the field. So here you can see, be able to select a line, see what the attributes are. It's a utility, it's a petroleum and gas line. We saw that with Decatur Utilities. The line segment length is 562, and then we'll provide a whole bunch of other asset attributes. If we can find it, we're providing dimension, material type. I know I'm a structural engineer as well as forensic. I'll probably get the question of depth. If we can find it, we try and provide it. But as we know, trying to understand where utility depth is a very challenging thing. And if we can't find it in the records, we'll provide that we can identify the line, but we can't provide the actual depth. We're not here to replace SUE investigation services. We're here to provide them more information so that when they go out into the field, they can be more effective. So you guys can pre-scope and scope down. Maybe you need to do SUE level A in this area, but as you go out from that intersection, you can step down to B, where you don't need as much as you're dispersing from the area of congestion. But we're not here to replace that, but here so they can leverage and build from that. And then here showing the other piece that we just added on recently is the ability to identify road marks through historical imagery. So as we're going through, we're capturing that imagery across time. We're actually able to identify all the different 811 spray marks so that now when you look online, you can start identifying that we see a line. We understand that someone has gone out there and through geophysical means actually marked a line here. So now the line that we're showing, you can start aligning, building a confidence and understanding of where that is geospatially, and that the belief of the line is actually there. And this is across time. We know these marks fade. So we're able to go back in time and history and really understand where those lines might have been. So as you are doing them, and maybe that information didn't pass to the design team or didn't pass to construction, hasn't actually gotten caught and then captured and passed into a system of record, your goal is to track the assets. Now we have that information so we can start building that confidence and then slowly passing that information through the life cycle. From here, we can start seeing that we're moving around. We're doing a street view of the pole. We can see what lines are out on the pole, what other lines might have been leased, what easements we have, what is riding, what issues will we run into when we go out into the field. Dive into defining district utility owners, objects, recentering on the project, and then lastly, you can very easily from the system pull out a GIS file, a CSV of all the different utility owners. You can download CAD, so if you need to work in DGN, DWG, or DXF, be able to pull that into the environments that you want to use and utilize. You can do that, as well as you can push this to other GIS environments through a WFS connection. But that's the platform. I just wanted to show that. I'm going to pause real quick while I pull this up. Any questions from the audience so far? Does all of that make sense? Yeah, so on the relocation, and to repeat the question.
What process do you follow to make sure you don't have outdated utility information?
So we actively are going and retrieving and pulling information and searching for it. So we're trying to keep on our understanding of what's being pushed to all the public facing permit websites and GIS websites and pulling that in. The specific protocol and timeframe, I would have to get back to you on that one specifically. Any other questions from the audience? Sweet. I will keep going on. Let's see. Success. So kind of stepping into the pilot that we ran, Eric was super helpful and the utility team. We picked the MLK Boulevard project. This was in Kent County, Delaware, 58 acres. Here we can see the full project overview of all of the different items that we have going on. 15.4 miles of utilities were identified from when we instantly drew and pulled up the project boundary. 11 of those were underground assets, 4 miles were above ground, as well as across 5 utility sectors with 588 different objects across the whole project. So poles, manholes, inlets, valves, control boxes, hydrants, and others. With that and kind of breaking it down, when we ran the data, we also asked that the Delaware utility team to share any of the data that they had after the fact with us, so we could actually look at a comparison analysis, what they identified and what we identified. Here, that's where we're kind of breaking it across by sector. We can see what we provided as well as what Delaware provided from the blueprints and what the delta was between those specific pieces. Matching sewer and stormwater quite well. We were actually, from what we were identifying, exceeding on communication, energy, and potable water. And then also we weren't able to, the project boundary was a little bit outside of the right of way and we were pulling in different utility lines. So that's why we believe some of that was a little bit stronger on the communication front. But when we were diving into doing that comparison to help the team understand the data and build their confidence in what we were seeing, one piece, these are the notable findings. Inside of the comparison, we were able to identify a Western Energy line that we weren't able to locate on the records that we were seeing from DelDOT. We were seeing that this exists on Chesapeake Gas. It's in the 4M data set. We can see from the top images where those 2 lines were identifying. So we can see the DelDOT data is where we can see the first yellow line over here. We can see the Chesapeake Gas data. And then down below, this is how we're actually identifying those specific stub outs from that main gas line. They're running across the street. And then we were able to use Google imagery and other imagery sources to identify the actual road marks to help QA/QC the fact that we are finding and identifying that line so that the team could build that confidence and that understanding of, yes, that line is going underneath the road. It should be in these 2 locations. This is how we're identifying. Someone has gone out there and found it. Again, you'll need to check while you're doing the road project, but this does give good visual evidence from 23 and 25 of the fact that there should be a line underneath the roadway if you're going to do a regrading or any type of improvement project on that specific street. A couple other side-by-side views here. We can see the Delaware DOT data on the left, as well as the 4M CAD data on the right. I apologize, some of the line weight could be a little thicker and a little bit bolder while we're going through this. But here we can see, we capture a lot of the water line. Delaware has a lot of the water lines up on the right-hand side of the image, while we also capture that and then provide connection details that we believe to be there as we're running down the diagonal. And we match quite well on the lower portion of the road. The last project, when we were going through this pilot project, we picked one kind of more rural or less urban area, and then the other one was a more urban area. This one's Walnut Street in Newcastle County, Delaware. Again, roughly 60 acres. We were able to identify in the actual project boundary 17.5 miles of utility, 13.8 of underground, 3.7 above. And then we identified in this case 1,600 above ground assets. This was dense urban downtown. Lots of manholes, poles, valves, inlets, and other control boxes across the project area. Again, we ran through a little bit of a comparison analysis to look at it. When we did it, we found these files to be very similar that were matching sewer and stormwater, exceeding on electricity. Notable findings for us were the fact that when we were comparing the data, we identified 2 water lines that exist in our 4M environment in that early planning process that could be brought in that we weren't able to locate on the Delaware files, as well as a northern energy line on North Walnut. The one thing that I do have to say, the challenging part of the comparison is that the selected area for the whole project boundary that we chose was actually bigger than the whole project that we had the data for from Delaware. So some of these numbers will reflect that in us having more total information due to the project boundaries not being of the same size. Again, though, for the areas that we were investigating and comparing the files, we were finding water lines and notable other items throughout the project. Here are the 2 project areas. We can see Delaware, we can see 4M. From the project boundary, we can see that Delaware primarily focused on the utility investigation just down Walnut Street. With piloting 4M and really getting an understanding, they expanded out their project boundary to the 2 side streets paralleling, for the most part, all the way down Walnut Street. So that is that difference in that delta inside of the project boundary and inside of that comparison analysis numbers that we're seeing. So that's why we're seeing that skew in that term. But from here, our one notable was this northern energy line on North Walnut. We weren't able to locate it within the DelDOT provided files, but this was verified through Google Earth, Google Street Imagery. We're able to see that we are finding visual road marks of a gas line with visual evidence. We believe from the data and the attributes, we were actually able to pull out that this was a 6-inch gas line that was about 46 feet in length. And we were able to identify that the possible owners were Delmarva Power and Light Company. We haven't verified that with them, but from our records, this is what we are seeing and who we believe this line to belong to. In terms of what does this mean and what's the impact? If you're pulling this in pre-scoping and planning and early in design, now you're changing the game and kind of flipping it of not having to reach out to Delmarva Power and ask, are you in this project boundary? And where are you in this? But you can pull out all of the lines early and ask, are these your actual locations? Can you confirm this information for me? Or do you differ in a way that we need to know? Same thing with any Verizon or any other energy owners. You allow them to focus their efforts on the areas that you believe them to be and allow them, instead of having to go do a very wide shotgun approach and search of, let me go look at all of my different records, let me scope it down. They can now be more proactive in their approach of how do they go search for this data, allowing you to better pre-scope and get an understanding of the project, the risks, and the liabilities that everyone is open to. The other piece that we found notable on this side of things were 2 water lines on North Walnut. Again, this was verified through Google Earth imagery, and we can see the actual road marks. They're very faint. They're on the curb that are being pulled from, but we were able to identify that. In this case, we weren't actually able to identify the diameter of the actual pipes, but we believe the lengths to be 31 feet and 32 feet respectively. And then this is actually coming from Wilmington Water Utility is where we're seeing this record being pulled from. From that, a couple other different success stories that we saw from different DOTs we're working with. One, Colorado DOT, who they've come on board. Inside of this, they were doing a mill and overlay project. They were needing to understand and get the package out to bid early. And they hadn't yet surveyed the number of manholes, valves, and inlets they had on the road surface. And the team reached out to us to see if they could actively use our object detection on that project area, identify that, and then release that to the bid and letting so that the bidding team could actually get an understanding of what the scope would be. This helped them avoid a possible 2-month delay of getting the team out there. And with Colorado's weather, this was happening in early fall. So this could have postponed the project to a whole nother year based off of the weather cycle. Florida, we have a case study. Again, we did a whole project area. We were able to find and identify 2 gas lines and 1 fiber abandoned line. On top of that, they had already run SUE level B. So this is, again, a great way to see The SUE services had been done, but this is just another information source to add into it so that we can all mitigate any risks that we might have coming in during the project. We identified 24 different utility owners, and we were able to turn this around in 6 days. And then the lastly is Caltrans. This is reduction in record research time. It takes a long time to pull all this data together, to compile it. So, this is really helping reduce time, allow you guys to be more effective, go after and chase the harder problems, and help reduce that, overall time and efficiency. 46% more utility lines discovered, 50% less of the field investigations, 75% of engineering time free to do critical design work. But from that, we're here to really help you guys build better together. We want to help provide that base data set so that you guys can leverage that from pre-scoping planning into your design, into your field and construction, and all the way through to asset lifecycle management, so that when you do come back around in 20 years or 30 years and you have to redesign and redo the project, you know where all of your utility assets are. In the case of Bridge 1488, now if you have that data, having that pass back into your GIS system of record, now you know where those utility assets are over time. So when that bridge reaches its 100-year lifespan, now we know where that data is, hopefully. Just want to say thank you. Open the floor up for any questions.
I was just curious, you're mentioning funding for the pilot program, and is this service going to be free, or is this a subscribed to service? What was your intent?
The pilot program was free of charge. So we were wanting to help DelDOT build confidence in the data. This would be a service as a subscription eventually. So DelDOT would like to move forward. This would be something that we would go through procurement to procure.
Excuse me. Do you show the source of the information that you receive? For instance, if I see an artesian water line, do you provide that was from a record, from a one-call mark? How was that resolved?
Yeah, so right now we provide 3 source types. Public, those will say, hey, we found this through artesian water. I do not have currently the current record that we're pulling that from. That's something we're actively working to pull in so that we can show that. That is part of the AI process. So that's something that we need to work on ourselves so that we can trace back and provide to you. The other one's private. If we are in partnership with a different company or we paid for that specific data, that's something due to T's and C's we can't share. And that last data source is AI generated saying, hey, we believe this to be here through engineering logic and judgment. But again, we want you to trust it, but go verify it. This is something that we're drawing in. One thing I should also add is we're very staunchly about this. We're not stamping the data. We're not providing the engineering of record. That is, we want to have the SUE investigation and the engineering team take that on. Does that help answer that question? We got one up front. I don't know.
Sounds like you're hit and miss with grabbing misutility marks on the roads. Have you ever thought about calling in designer tickets for areas? And then generally utilities either provide you data or they go out and mark it in the field, then you could send cameras and have it all right there. I mean, you could just constantly be calling it.
We could call, there is the possibility to do that. So I don't think anybody would like us to do design calls across the whole US for a whole state that we could leverage. Occasionally, if we are working on a project and we know we have more time on turnaround and that is something we're in partnership with that project team and that DOT, then yes, that would be something we would want to go down. But you could also see that as skewing the data and not looking at it correctly. It's a good question.
Right, so the faded paint marks that you are picking up, what are you labeling that as?
We're labeling them as road marks. So identified road marks across multiple different sectors. So we'll identify yellow as gas, blue as water. on that side of things. So we're providing that as insight into what we believe to be there. We're not able to identify, who is actually out there painting it, if that's the kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Max. All right, next up, Mark Whiteside.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark Whiteside. I'm a lead engineer for PD South. It is the afternoon. I'm going to talk about design. Utility companies, please refrain from throwing tomatoes at me. Okay, bear with me here. As always, we start with our mission statement and our goal for the safe system approach. So the purpose of this presentation is to discuss the utility coordination and information that should be exchanged during the design process for roadway capital projects. We all know the utility process can get a little bumpy, right? It can be dang difficult, but it gets easier with early and proactive engagement, following the famous 3 C's: communication, cooperation, and coordination, knowing and setting expectations for each party, and having transparency. I think transparency is a pretty big one. We really should be more transparent on our design and construction schedules on DelDOT side, as well as the utility side. So at concept and survey plans, our main objective is to initiate early coordination and know exactly what's going on out there. So to initiate that coordination, we'll have a scoping meeting where we'll walk the site, discuss the project scope and schedule, and go over any of the project constraints. What I ask from the utility companies is please participate in those meetings so we can walk the site and help identify your critical infrastructure on your utility. Also at that time, we can establish a point of contact. Having one point of contact for each party really helps streamline that coordination. And then as we're developing our survey plans, we will obtain the topographic survey. We'll do the initial deed research for the existing right-of-way mosaic, and we'll perform the utility designations. What we please ask from the utility companies is provide any as-built for our project area, make us aware of any easements or prior rights information that you may have, and also in-house projects. Are you doing any betterment work, upgrades, developer projects, expansion projects? Anything that would be in construction before we start our project would be helpful. Again, at this stage, we're really trying to know exactly what's out there. This is a big one. I beg utility companies, please verify the SUE information. Receiving early detailed feedback on that designation is very, very important to us. We try to avoid those conflicts wherever feasible, especially when it's early identified with the critical infrastructure. So when your utilities are able to confirm the size, type, and location, it will allow us to do a few things. It will allow us to determine the appropriate route of coordination. It will allow us to understand the complexity of the potential conflicts, and it will allow us to obtain the test holes in the correct location. But overall, the big thing, we just don't want any field discoveries during construction. So verifying that SUE information will help minimize that risk. Another big one, easements and prior rights. We need that documentation, guys. And I know it's difficult to obtain. So let's try to investigate early. I know this has held us up a couple times on previous projects in the past. So starting that investigation early is crucial. Our designers and coordinators will try to help you out the best they can. They'll provide the initial deed research that we performed, and they'll also provide the associated property owner's name, property information, and tax ID number to the utilities that we have identified. Some preliminary discussions. Got general discussions that we could have early, some what ifs, as you will. What if we're impacting private utilities, such as well or septic? How difficult would it be to service that property with a public utility? Something to think about, right, early on. What if we have total acquisitions? For our big GSI projects, by the time we share a concept, we really kind of have a good idea on what those total acquisitions are. So starting those discussions early on, right after, our concept plans, it will help us plan, help us with planning to talk with you guys on how you're going to remove those facilities from that property. And what it would really do is once we got that insight from you, we can relay that to our land services team to make sure it's in line with what their responsibilities are with the demolition contracts. Relocation. So what if we have a relocation? Some big questions we can ask early on. Who's designing it? Is it going to be my consultant or is it going to be your consultant? Is that task ready? How long is it going to take to administer? Who's going to construct that relocation? Is it my roadway contractor or is it your subcontractor? Both have different deliverables that are required. What's the actual feasibility of that relocation? Can we even do it? Also, if we're doing advanced work, what resources do you have for some of that additional effort that needs to be done before you can relocate those facilities, such as clearing garbage? If you don't have those resources, please let us know so we can start the discussions on some advanced breakout contracts to assist in those efforts. Again, all these can be preliminary, high-level discussions that we have early on. If we're impacting some critical infrastructure, such as a transmission pole, that comes to mind, let's think about what the general construction restrictions would be for that, right? Time of year outages, service requirements, material lead times. Again, talking about this early really helps us come up with a baseline schedule for the entire project. So at the preliminary plan submittal, these are the documents and material that we would provide the utility companies for review. At this time, design's at least 40% complete. So we know the design criteria. We have an idea of the horizontal and vertical roadway alignment. We show typical sections in the prelim plans. So we have an idea of our paving limits. And we also identify the roadside recovery area. So we'll show clear zone in our prelim plans if it's applied. All of this needs to be reviewed for conflicts. I have an asterisk next to the draft signal and lighting plans that are included with our prelim submission because they're often overlooked at this stage. And they really shouldn't be, right? We need to really identify potential conflicts with that infrastructure, particularly vertical clearance. All of these files, for consistency, were uploaded to the UPA. That might change soon, but if you didn't have access to the UPA, some companies I know don't, please let us know and we can exchange those files in a different way. So right after prelim, electric companies, I'm looking at you guys. You guys are the primary driver typically for our right-of-way, as well as other utilities are typically dependent on your relocation. So the first question I always ask, are you staying aerial or are you going underground? And if you're staying aerial, we really need to nail down those pole locations as soon as we can. We're already aware of the roadside recovery area. We know where the clear zone is. Those poles need to be out of the clear zone. So some questions that we can discuss, what are your spacing requirements between their poles? We want to maximize that span between poles because we really want to consolidate those poles that are along our roadside. Some poles won't be in a straight line. That's going to require guy wires and anchors. We need to know exactly where those placements of those guy wires and anchors will be. Our designers don't have that knowledge. We ask that you provide that insight. Who else will be on those poles, right? Are you going to have that low hanging line from the comms that we have to worry about? Vertical clearance, things of that nature. Also, access and maintenance requirements. What's those offsets look like? Things to think about. And once we have those pole locations established, we can get to some of the finer details, like the exact connection from your aerial to underground, details on your equipment that you need to install those poles and what that general footprint looks like, because we have to take that into account for our project. And then obviously details on the required vertical spacing and vertical clearance. Shortly after prelim, electric companies looking at you guys again. Signal and lighting design. We really need to go full steam ahead on the signal lighting and ITMS coordination. First question to ask, are we sharing poles, right? Are we putting light fixtures or luminaires on your poles? If we are the poles spaced appropriate enough for our lighting requirements? From our side, we can't do the photometric design until we know those pole placements, okay? Or we risk redesign. Temporary lighting. If an intersection is lit before construction, it needs to be lit during construction. So with that in mind, if we are relocating your poles in advance, how are we going to provide that temporary lighting? Again, something to think about. Electric power source. How are you going to feed our signal lighting and ITMS infrastructure? Okay, and where is that power source going to be placed? All these items I talked about most likely require service and lease agreements and has an associated cost. We need to be aware of those as well, so we can account for that cost in our budget. And then we can get into potential aerial conflicts with the signal and lighting infrastructure, having that adequate vertical clearance with the lowest hanging line, typically the comm line if they're on our poles. Drainage and stormwater design. Per our checklist, we should have a final drainage report by the semifinal plan submission. That means right after prelim, we're full steam ahead on the drainage design. So our designers are going to look into evaluating direct and indirect conflicts with your utility lines. Some will be straightforward. Others will be in a gray area, right? Where our drainage system is in close proximity to your line, but we're not hitting it. Or we're putting in that pipe trench and maybe there's an innovative way to not encroach onto your facility. This is when we really need insight from the companies on their utility tolerances for conflict determination. Your required spacing, cover. How do you plan to maintain that existing line? What's the access like? The insight from that really helps us out in determining if it's going to be a conflict, right? What are your future plans for that utility? Are you planning to upgrade it in the near future? And then what is that relocation feasibility? Do we have room to relocate it if we need to? Do we have to make room to relocate it? So once we get that insight from the companies, we really can determine those gray area conflicts, right? Or if it is a conflict. If it is a conflict, then we can start the discussions of, do we need a drainage or a design alternative? Do we have to do something different with our drainage design? Or do we deem it a relocation? I would note that the earlier we receive that insight from the companies, the less chance we have of redesign efforts, right? Anytime we redesign, it costs money and sometimes it affects our schedule. So again, early information on that will minimize our redesign efforts. Also, let's just be proactive on the relocation design in general, right? Some of these conflicts, again, are straightforward. We can start that relocation process early in regards to design. We don't necessarily need a test hole to confirm a conflict that's already been confirmed, right? Speaking about test holes, our designers will draft that test hole request, but we need the utility companies to review and comment on it. To help speed up that process, we certainly encourage the companies to provide those test hole recommendations during the review of our prior submittals, such as our survey plan submittal and our prelim submittal. It really helps us account for the time and cost to receive those results, right? Again, it affects our schedule and budget. Also, we can't expect to have test hole information in the semifinal plans if we're requesting those test holes a couple weeks prior, right? So again, we should be requesting these test holes early on in the design process, way before the semifinal plans, if we can. And then once we get those test holes, we can confirm the conflicts, and if it's deemed a relocation, we can establish those relocation limits. Relocation plans for underground. Companies would really need your horizontal and vertical components of that relocation line, even if our contractor is not performing that work. That includes profiles and marked plan sheets. We also would like an idea of how you plan to construct it, right? Is it going to be directional boring, jacking, open cut? Each one of those methods have a different disturbance level within our project that we have to account for the surrounding improvements. When we exchange files, CAD files are preferred. We really like CAD files, but they need to be interpreted correctly. There's some times where there's a mistranslation when we convert DGNs to DWGs. But honestly, that can really be cleared up with a quick meeting right after we exchange the files. So it's highly recommended that we have a meeting every time we change or exchange those files. You guys do a good job of showing your above ground facilities in your markups. A lot of times they're not to scale though. That's okay, but it's not to scale. We really need to know the size of those facilities. Again, we need to account for that when we're looking at the surrounding improvements. And then we better start liking each other because it's going to be an iterative process. There's going to be a lot of files being exchanged back and forth. Okay, it can get a little messy, such as the markup here from a roundabout down in Selbyville. But at the end of the day, we'll come to an agreement on where that relocation will be placed. And once we do, we'll coordinate with the other utilities. We'll make sure that relocation is in line with what they were anticipating. Again, everything needs to mesh, right? And that full disclosure, plans do sometimes change, right? There's been quite a few times that plans change, but that's based off coordination we've had with stakeholders or balancing other constraints. But with that said, you know, we have to all have an understanding of that, and it may take a couple steps back to gain a couple steps forward. But also, it's also more of a reason for the companies to provide that horizontal and vertical info, because when we're making those design changes, we'll certainly take into account that relocation plan and try to hope to minimize your redesign efforts as well. Multimodal design. I'll quickly touch on this because I think we all do a pretty good job of this already. We typically propose shared use paths and sidewalks in our project, even if some of you think it leads to nowhere, right? But at the end of the day, please don't show your relocation markups having above ground facilities in the shared use path or sidewalk. We can't have it. We'll comment on it. It prolongs coordination in an adverse way. Finalizing right-of-way needs. So we do try to shoot to finalize those right-of-way for utilities by the time we submit semifinal plans. We really do. So that means we have to confirm the aerial and underground needs for your utilities. The design team will provide updated plans showing that assumed right-of-way based on feedback we received from you prior. Okay, if you don't provide insight on the right-of-way you need, it's hard for us to make that assumption. Any additional right-of-way requests that the companies had, they need to be clear along with any offsets. We need to know exactly what you need and why you need it. We all know a lot of projects, right-of-way is limited. We need to minimize impacts to adjacent properties. We need to learn to share. One thing that always comes up, and it should be discussed more during design, joint trench opportunities, right? That certainly helps minimize that disturbance level in construction. And then come final right-of-way plans, it really should be a pencils down moment from a right-of-way perspective. Once we have those final right-of-way plans, we really need to work with what we have. We don't want to delay the right-of-way acquisition process, and we really want to minimize those right-of-way revisions. Scheduling, a draft utility statement should be submitted at our semifinal submittal, okay? And that should include the utility schedules and the bar charts. So we ask the utility companies, when you provide significant markups, please include realistic durations for your utility relocations. We all know utilities typically drive our construction schedules. So we try to do our best to align our highway CPM schedule with your utility relocations, okay? With the main goal being to minimize delays and risks to the roadway contractor. One thing that's really helpful for us is if your utility is breaking their work into separate tasks or chunks, please let us know and provide those associated durations, and we'll try to update the bar chart accordingly. The question we always ask, and it's a warranted question, is can we reduce the schedule, right? Can we have two utilities go concurrently? Those discussions are a lot easier to have when you can visualize it on the bar chart, okay? And then I think our designers are doing a better job of showing the critical path construction activities on the bar chart. We did that for 113.404, that grade separation. We're probably gonna do it for more grade separations in the future. It really helps identify those utility relocations that are in conflict with those critical path activities. And then it enhances our discussions on what needs to go in advance versus what can go concurrently with our roadway contract. The semifinal plan submittal. So this is when we provide a wealth of information on the project to the companies for review. At this point, our model is pretty refined, right? We can show our grades and geometrics. We have inverts and sizes on our drainage system. We show utility relocation sheets. We have test hole information. And most importantly, what everyone loves, we have cross sections, okay? In those cross sections, we really try to do our best to show the subsurface information from a drainage and utility perspective. I would say that the accuracy of that subsurface information from a utility perspective is, again, based on the insight and coordination that we have done prior. It's very hard to show an underground proposed relocated line if we don't have that horizontal and vertical info. Okay. And then we're heading towards final plan. So we have 90 days to review the semifinal documents. That timeline from semifinal to final can be long, it can be lengthy. Let's try not to put anything on the back burner. I know there's a lot of coordination and conversations that occur at the semifinal submittal. Let's try to keep that momentum going, okay? If it's our responsibility to coordinate to the companies if there are any recent changes, you need to be aware of those changes if they occur. But we'll do our best to recheck the cover and spacing at your underground and recheck the grades at your poles. I think that's a big one, especially for large earthwork projects where, at our GSIs where we have a big grade differential between what's existing and what's proposed. We want to make sure that when you install your pole, it's the height that you intended it to be. Also, please request additional information to us if you need help or assistance in finalizing your relocation. I mean, we do have resources. We can provide stakeout, we can provide spot grades, we can provide more cross sections, things of that nature. Just ask and we certainly can provide it. Wanted to touch on utility expansion projects. These are time-sensitive utility work that's going through our project limits. That's non-project related. I've experienced this quite a few times down in Milton, near our proposed 5-legged roundabout. The big thing here is that we need to coordinate early to help prioritize acquisitions. Main reason is we want to do our best to try to minimize the temporary work that's involved with some of these expansion projects. I think everyone knows that you need our concurrence for the permit. So we'll do our best to try to expedite those reviews. But again, we need that appropriate information, that HV information for a thorough review. And also we need schedules from you guys and a point of contact. When do you plan to start? How long is it going to take? The public is going to call. And when the public calls, a lot of times our real estate agents are actively in negotiations. And we don't want to do anything to try to jeopardize their negotiations or prolong that right-of-way process. Okay, so again, having a point of contact, being able to tell the public who to call to get the most information, that's certainly helpful. And then once it's constructed, we need the as-bills. We need to make sure that what we coordinated for this work was actually what was constructed. Breakout contracts for advanced utility work. I'm very familiar with two at the moment. That's the advanced clearing contract down in Milton at our five-legged roundabout, as well as the advanced shared utility duct bank that was recently installed at 113.4 for our grade separation. It's crucial to have the utilities insight on these early breakout contracts and letting us know that you need this assistance early on, because it does take time for us to design these and also to administer them. All right, so, and our main objective, right, is to be out there, shovels in the ground, as soon as that right of way is cleared, right, to make sure that your relocation schedule remains intact. And then we're nearing final right-of-way plans, our final construction plans. That means we got to wrap everything up, right? Put a bow on it. We got to finalize that relocation design. That means for both our contractor's work and your contractor, we need to have the statement in a good spot. That includes the utility schedule and the bar chart. Please be mindful of the work hour restrictions that we provide to you, and that's included within your utility durations, as well as any durations that are needed for environmental permitting. I think that's a big one, the environmental permits. And then we also need an estimate, right? We need those exhibits and agreements for the relocation reimbursements. If you guys are going in advance, we need those MOT estimates. They need to be itemized and they need to be submitted in a formal manner. Also, any type of electric service needs that need to be included in that estimate, such as what I mentioned, the temporary lighting scenario. Once we have all those documents, we can circulate those checklists for signature and really tighten up and approve those agreements. One quick note, advanced utility relocations, they can occur prior to PS&E. Okay, so again, we have to be mindful of our schedules and know exactly when you anticipate to be out there. And then final relocation plans. This is really for the mainline relocations that are added to our roadway contract, particularly water and sewer. We need sealed plans, item breakout sheets, details, and specs. We really would like those sealed plans in our final construction plan submittal, but at the end of the day, it really needs to be included in our advertised package. And then what do we do from final with PS&E? Well, we're probably scrambling to stay on schedule, right? And that's okay. There's always going to be last minute issues, but let's do our best to try to minimize them. And I think we're all in agreement that early and proactive engagement will help. And then I just want to quickly touch on one of the bigger projects, or the biggest project I've had in my career that had some significant utility challenges. Ultimately, this project was built and it's a major success, but I still want to touch on it. That's the North Millsboro bypass, the CMGC portion, and also the 11320 GSI. A big utility challenge was trying to coordinate two contracts that were in close proximity with different schedules and different critical path issues. On the bypass portion, there were a lot of transitions from aerial to underground in multiple locations, especially in our new alignments or realignments of Fox Run Road and Hollyville Road. And also the new alignment of the bypass was crossing below an existing aerial electric transmission line. So we really had to worry about that vertical clearance. Good news is, based off that transmission line, it's still there, so we didn't have to relocate it. And we didn't have to really do any major redesigns either. So that was certainly a success from a coordination perspective. And then we also provided the future maintenance access for those facilities. For 11320, the big challenge here was trying to identify the critical path issues for the bridge abutment that was crossing 113. I could see that happening on a lot of GSI projects. We had a transition from aerial to underground. There were a lot of conduits that had to go underground, and there wasn't a lot of space to do it. So ultimately, we came up with installing a joint trench. Unfortunately, that was started during construction, so we had a construction revision. So again, during the design process, thinking about joint trench opportunities, we really should try to enhance those discussions. And then another quick challenge was the town of Millsboro, the beneficial reuse water main relocation that was crossing US 113. We had to make sure it wasn't conflicting with our loop ramps, which was a success. I think the big challenge here was some of the permit complications with DenRec, because apparently discharging a reuse water main is considered wastewater disposal. So we weren't aware of that during design. We had to take care of it during construction. But again, we should probably talk about those environmental permits a little bit more in design for these types of scenarios, because again, it should be added to our schedule. That's it. Any questions? Silence.
Is there a reason why your signal plan comes in semifinal? Because you're expecting the utility relocations to be done in preliminary, but then when we go to semifinal, you have our relocation effort, and then all of a sudden, every intersection screwed up because you're putting these huge mast arms in, and then we have to redesign that whole intersection.
So we do have draft signal and lighting plans typically at the prelim submittal. So they certainly should be reviewed. We also are providing those composite utility maps, those roll maps. And we're certainly encouraging our designers to not just show the utilities, but also show the lighting, ITMS, and signal infrastructure on those maps. So you can kind of review it as a whole. Okay. You know, if the questions on that vertical clearance, I mean, we can certainly discuss that at prelim. You know, we have details for those general mast arms, those signal arms, and we can determine what that vertical spacing needs to be between our arm and that lowest hanging line. I think the signal and lighting plans are often overlooked at prelim. For whatever reason, and I think we need to more dig into that because they're there, so we probably should review them. But I understand where you're coming
from. Yeah, Mark, I'm specifically talking about like on the public works side, issuing permits for the private. So in the last 2 or 3 years since the new regs been implemented and going through that whole process, we've had, speaking for Sussex County, we've had probably a handful where we've done the joint trench for like comms and electric and stuff, and it's worked great. Pushback and the problem that we get is with the developers because of the cost and sometimes with the timing. And then when it's pushed up the chain where, you know, DelDOT itself is caving in, you know, and giving them what they requested. Same way with the pole spacing. You know, it started at 150 foot, which I thought worked great. And now it's, you know, when you do have these questions, it's, you know, why does it matter? Or, you know, who in DelDOT is electrical engineer? You know, how can you tell us to do how we should design? So these are questions that, you know, that's been given frequently. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, joint trench opportunities really help in regards to, again, the disturbance of that area, right? If we don't have room to construct each line at a time, then we have to have some type of innovative way to do it. And that's where the joint trench comes in. As far as cost and who's going to pay for it, those are probably project specific and they need to be discussed during design. We don't want to get into construction and have those conversations. That's when big bucks are being paid. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it needs to be a thought, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to try to minimize the impacts to the existing.
So Rob, I think your question kind of points to, obviously there are similarities between the capital side and the permitting side, right? So as Mark's saying, joint trench is a best practice. We try to have those conversations on our capital projects where it makes sense. And as part of that conversation, we're going to talk about who's going to pay for it. There is efficiencies by doing that, but we're not developers, right? That's us with our own projects. We can't control developers. Developers, just like anybody else, they don't want to spend more money than they have to. So they're always going to push back, right? So I think we continue to have those conversations, and for the pole owners, whether it's electric, Verizon, whoever, we are always having conversations because we're tasked with trying to make the right of way as safe as possible for the traveling public, right? It's a fine line. Like, we understand the utilities are a necessity, but we all need to do our best to try to reduce the fixed objects in the right of way. And so I know there's been a lot of conversation about that over the years. We'll continue to have conversations, but we need to realize there's no perfect answer to that, right? It's just continuing conversations and doing the best we can from all parties. And I'll look at Delmarva and DEC all day long and tell them that, like, look, we got to do the best we can. We don't want to just stick poles in to stick poles in, and they'll come back and tell us we're not sticking poles in to stick poles in, right? Ultimately, the traveling public is who suffers. So we'll continue to have those conversations.
First of all, Mark, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Speaking for Kent and Sussex counties, we're always trying to work with the DelDOT projects in relocating private utilities. It comes up from time to time, and we work well together. We work well together in the DelDOT projects when we have utilities you install for us, or vice versa, we install in advance. What I like to have a better, let's say, coordination. Sometimes we own utility, we have interests such as airports, where you didn't expect that. On the Park Avenue project, we ran into that, where the project looks at the limits of the project and not the drainage beyond. I say the same problem occurred at the Sandy Hill Route 9 intersection. And you see what the drainage looks like. It's designed for the flooding event, but I've seen it hit by a 20-year storm and it didn't perform because the project did not look at the impairment beyond the project limits. So when you look at the Savannah Tax Ditch or the Peterkins, any of these projects we have knowledge of, we point out to you, hey, there's drainage things we can work on together. And whether it's on the stormwater design, the drainage design, the improvements, and on the DelDOT side, there seems to be reluctance to expand these projects beyond the immediate limits because you try to make it work within these confinements. And I know why it is, because of the environmental and the NEPA clearances. So that's why I'm thinking, if we were to do this under the county's procurement rules and our rules and regulations, both entities would benefit. And I want you guys to keep that in mind, that that's an option. And I think the county should be ready and willing to work with you on these special type arrangements.
Thank you.
Maybe the datum, because I've seen some datum busts when some old datum come pulled in the verticals.
That's like a presentation all of itself. Any other questions, comments? All right. Thanks, Mark. All right. So let the record show we are handing it over to construction early. George, we're handing it over to construction early.
Thanks for taking my time.
All right. So I'm gonna go with they saved the best for last. So thank you. This is construction and we're just gonna roll with it because that's what we do. So as we start every trip, every mode, every dollar, every one, safe system approach. I am gonna sit here for a second. We are changing our thinking and how we are dealing with things. And we all need to adopt this system and no victim blaming, no any of that. How do we improve? That's where we need to go. With that, our fatality report. I'm also gonna sit here for a second. These aren't just numbers, they're people. Not only are they people, that is happening on our roadways where you are in our right of way. There's equipment on the side of the road. Poles, boxes, junction wells, all kinds of things, right? We need to drive this number down to 0 because these are people. We also need to drive this number down to 0 because your construction folks have to go repair this equipment when it's hit, whether it's a fatality or just a property damage. Your people have to go out on the road. We need to drive this down for many, many reasons. So now on to the fun stuff. So what did we learn in 2025? We learned about schedules. We learned about permit work versus capital work. Oh boy, did we. We learned about test holes, structural conflicts, communication, and coordination. So I also found ChatGPT when doing this presentation. There are people in some of my ChatGPT images. I did not count their fingers or arms or anything, so good luck. So conflicts with drainage and structures. Something we learned in 2025, and I think we've always known it, but we kind of got it hit over our heads. We can't just look at the structure. We have to look at the excavation envelope around that structure, whether that's a drainage structure, a bridge abutment, anything that's going in the ground. You're not excavating a clean line to that structure. You have an envelope that is happening around that structure to install it. So if your utility is within that envelope, it is going to be exposed. It is going to be potentially in conflict. When you're putting in your utility statements, hold X conduit. If your conduit's terracotta pipe, I can't hold it. I can, but I'm gonna break it. So think about that when you're reviewing these and you're putting comments in the design. We talked about conduit layouts, which I'll get to in a second. If you're a 3x4 and you're switching to a 2x6, it could really make a difference in these situations. Test holes. We learned a lot about test holes. I'm trying to avoid project names for a reason. You all have your own projects in your head of where this may have happened. We talked about Sue versus construction. George brought up a great point. If we know you're going to be in conflict, you know, we know certain things are going to happen. Maybe we switch some of that money over to construction because we're going to expose it anyway. Utility statements. Again, thinking about what is actually happening and not boilerplating utility statements. What is your notice requirement? How much material do you need? To Javier's point, what is your lead time if a schedule shifts? What is your conflict if a schedule shifts? What are your manpower and your obligations for the year? These are things we need to know. Obligations versus expectations. So on a SUE, you can have different levels. Sometimes we expose the top of it, sometimes we expose the whole thing. These are things designers need to think about, you know, how much information do I need on this utility? Do I need to know if it's 4 conduits on the top and I'm good? Or do I need to know it's 4 conduits on the top and it's 4 conduits deep? Do I need to know if it's terracotta pipe, if it's cast iron, if it's concrete, whatever? Also, what is your expectation of what the contractor is going to do? This is huge. This has come up a lot in the last year. If you say in your utility statement, the contractor has to stay 2 feet away from your line, please don't come out screaming at me when I'm at 8 feet. If you want me to notify you at 8 feet, put it in the utility statement. Happy to call you. Happy to tell you, hey, we're getting close. What is your expectation of how close facilities will be to your facility? These are things that we need to clearly state up front, not some conversation in a meeting that the contractor has no idea about. Depth, material, layout, went through all that. All right, another thing that's come up is permit work versus capital work. I'm going to speak very generically. I will say that very loud and clear. I'm not speaking for Public Works. I'm not speaking for the utilities section. I am not saying this is the end all be all of capital versus permit. Hopefully we all understand that. But one very simple question you can ask yourself, is it on my approved plans for this project? Because if the answer is no, you need a permit. You need a permit. You cannot just show up on a capital project and start doing permit work that we have no idea what you're doing. We will be happy to help you get the permit. We will be happy to help with the inspection. We will be happy to help to work through the process. I'm not gonna name names again, but when you're doing non-capital work on a capital project and you drill through an oil tank, brings up a lot of problems. So we just need to know what's going on so that way we can all work together, we can all deal with problems, we can all get to the same solution. Schedules. I wrote a few notes. Let me make sure I got through all of them. Actually, I'm gonna go back, sorry. Oh no. Eric, what did I do? Just kidding. I'm gonna go back to my little ChatGPT drainage inlet here. Another thing to think about is 2D versus 3D. That goes for utility companies, contractors, inspection staff, designers, everybody. The drainage inlet looks gigantic by the symbol on the plans so that we can actually see it. And your little tiny line looks really small. And on a flat 2D piece of paper, it all works and it's great and it's wonderful. I'm gonna keep using the conduit duct example. Think through where that drainage inlet is and where your ducts are, how big your pipe is, or whatever you're doing underground. And does the math really math? Not just from a 2D view. All right, that box isn't touching that line, we're good to go. I think I wrote other notes. Nope, we're good. All right, this is the end of me and then you get George and he's way more entertaining than I am. Schedules. George is gonna go into schedules. The biggest thing for me on schedules is communication, early communication. Construction invites you all to utility pre-cons at the start of a job. Our average attendance is 0. So I am encouraging all of the utility companies to please come to the utility pre-cons. One gives us an essential contact on both sides. You get the construction essential contact, we get your essential contact. When things change, because they're going to change, we can inform you that things are going to change. And you can inform us what that does to your schedules and what that does to your resources. Not only the utility pre-con, most jobs have progress meetings, most jobs we all have emails flying left, right, everywhere. Early communication helps immensely to keep that going through the project and keep coordination and keep everybody where they need to be. With that, I'm going to leave on the things that we did really well in 2025. Our communication went up extremely well in 2025. I want to say kudos to Newcastle County Public Works. Our quarterly meetings have been a huge help. Kudos to Delmarva Gas for showing us your plan in the city of Wilmington. Kudos to Artesian for your work that you need to do on 13, because we've been all over 13 recently. And not to exclude anybody, I literally wrote this 30 seconds before I got up here. So I apologize for anybody I missed. But I will say the monthly utility meetings, now that I'm statewide, I appreciate everybody that shows up to those to work through issues. I think that is probably our biggest resource for DelDOT, is showing up to those monthly meetings and working through projects, design, construction, all of those things. With that, y'all get George.
While George is coming up, just so everybody knows, the utility precons is something that was added into our process more recently, and it was added at the request of utility companies. So it's pretty disappointing for me to hear that utility companies aren't attending those.
I'll say we had 0 at the last pre-con, but then the first progress meeting, everybody was there. So we made up for it. All right, my presentation this year is going to be pretty boring. So I'm going to start with something. Mark reminded me of something I completely forgot about. So is anybody here from DenRec? All right, let's go. So construction engineer, right? I know a little bit about everything, not much about anything. So we get this water line marked on the plan and we go out to move it. As Mark pointed out, it ended up being a beneficial reuse water line. So I'm like, okay, so what's this? Partially treated effluent water. We got to do something here. What are we going to do to dewater this line? And they're, we go to DenRec, the permit agency's like, oh, this is toxic sewage. So I'm like, oh, well, we have a giant basin, a giant infiltration basin, 40 acres. Can we just put it in there? And I know they spray this stuff on farm fields, and they're like, no, you got to truck all of this back to the pretreatment facility and put it in to get it sent back to the beneficial water reuse line. So I asked a simple question. I'm like, where's this water go? And they say, oh, we spray it on the Little League baseball field. So just found that like very ironic that we couldn't put it in a basin. All right, anyways, on to the boring thing. I didn't pick on this is a project. I redacted it. I pretended like I was the federal government releasing information. So no one's gonna know what project this is, but I'm gonna work through and try to give you an example of why we give you guys such a hard time when we're in construction trying to maintain these schedules. And this is an actual project. And so what it was is a 243-day duration project that we had. What you see under here are my redacted letters awarding time extensions, all based on utility delays for the project. So this 243-day contract turned into a 130-day extra time extension based on utility delays, which pushed it out 5 months. Or in a percentage term, we're 62% over what we advertised the time as. But we have a really good spec, and we win every claim we go to when we pull this spec up. And right in the spec, it says that our utility delays are considered an excusable, non-compensable delay, right? So that means we'll give you all the time you want, but you're not getting any money. That goes over like a lead balloon. To complicate matters, this is the same contract. This is a little snip from our bid tab. Well, the utility that delayed it was actually work that was bid in the contract. Uh-oh, my spec's not helping me anymore because they bid this work into the timeline of our project. So you can see right here, this is just the base unit. It was actually quite a big relocation, $2.5 million relocation of utilities in this contract. So then we get kicked into the excusable, compensable delay category, where now the state's going to be on the hook to pay the contractor for this delay. And depending on the creativity and the lawyer to engineer ratio, how much we're going to end up paying. So I'm not, hopefully no yeah, they all know the tricks. This is pretty standard of what a contractor is going to hit us up with after we have this kind of a delay. So I just pulled some other items from our contracts. What they love to do is take all these lump sums and say, well, hey, I was going to be there 243 days. Now I'm out there for 373 days. So I need 61.72% extra money on my Now, initial expense seems like a weird one, right? That's just paying them to show up? No, that's where they hide their overhead and other things. They start making arguments. They need to carry that on. Then they get into the construction engineering. Even though they're not sitting there for an extra 130 days doing construction engineering, they sure are going to sell me the sob story that they are. So they're going to look to adjust that. We're going to have to pay for extra CPM updates. We're going to have to pay for extra field offices. Maintenance of traffic. Most of our maintenance of traffic items are under a lump sum. We need some kind of ATSA certified ES2M expert guy that sits in a truck out there for however much a day that apparently costs $125,000 over 20. Not a bad job. Might be a retirement option. So anyways, you add all this up onto this contract and you're at $365,000 just based on our bid. This doesn't get into the things like the extra drums that we're paying for, the extra flagger hours, the extra inspection costs we're spending. All of this is things that I didn't even include in here. So, go back, $2.5 million utility relocation. The total bid for this project was $11 million. So if I just took the $365,000 based on the few items I hit on, we're already at 3.32% contingency just on the utility delay portion of the contract. All my bosses left, but they don't like to give me more than 3% to begin with, even though we know we're usually at 5 to 10% contingency. So now I have to go back to the pot that's dry with no money, asking for more money, and I'm already 3.5% into the hole just on a utility delay before I start running into all of Mark's errors. So now I'm going to kick this in. This is a different project, but I'm going to just show you how this can accumulate even further. We like to do a thing now. Well, we have weather days in our contract. They're the bane of my existence. The way we set up our schedules is we get a CPM. I think that's standard with everyone. So you get a baseline CPM at the start of the project. It's based on the advertised contract duration. It sets your phases per the advertisement, and it drives our schedules, and it drives the costs that I'm going to get into. So let's say I'm working with a utility that's there first that sends electric to our house. And I'm always on them because they're going to be the first to go, and they're doing advanced work. And we need to hit an NTP. That's our notice to proceed. When we advertise plans, we set a notice to proceed date of February 19th. And I'm going to talk about what happens when that date pushes, because it doesn't seem, from if you're not dealing with their contracts, you might not see the big deal. Like, hey, I know we said we're going to get this to you to get started by February, but just wait till April to start. You guys delay it all the time. The problem is we're already have a contract out where it's already get bid on. So when a contractor gets that and our NTP pushes, we're going to be looking at escalation claims. We're going to be looking at idle time, delays. Are they going to have to demob? Worst case is they showed up on site and we're not ready. Are we going to have overlaps with area projects and other detours, which are going to push other projects that are in the design timeline? Do we accelerate? Dan doesn't let us accelerate and pay, but sometimes we have to accelerate because of these other issues. And the big thing I wanted to touch on here is weather. All right, the bane of my existence. This table, I'm going to just keep showing this table. This is right from our spec. The way we do weather days is by allocating weather days per month. So when a contractor is going to build a schedule, they're building in the weather days to the critical path for the months that it is actually occurring. So NTP push throws that whole weather delays off. But the bigger issue is now we like to do incentives and disincentives. I think we've talked about it a couple of times today on a contract. So what happens when you have 30 days to shut down a road? Here's an example of our road user cost. You're going to get penalized $12,500 every day you don't open southbound, redacted, whatever road. And we build these in. We build these in for two reasons. It gives us some control over the durations of our detours so we can accurately advertise how long we're going to shut a road down to the public and also our secretary, who both get equally as angry when we do not meet those timelines. So we're going to work through a case now. Go back to our OCPM. We have phase 5 on this contract. It's 55 days. Sorry, it's a little hard to read the blue and the yellow. So when we advertised the contract, our base OCPM said we have 55 days to do a detour starting on the 13th of May. And it's going to run through July 7th. Well, remember our weather day table? So there's 9 weather days in this 55-day phase if you pull it off of that table to the corresponding time of year. But we had a 7-month delay in our NTP or utility conflict. I don't think 7 months is outrageous based on some of the things we're seeing. Well, what happens to phase 5? Phase 5 now moves from May 13th and becomes December 13th. This table is back. There's the kid now after trying to figure this out. So we had 9 weather days in our 55 phase, which equals 46 working days. Where's Jeff? Working days, buddy. So we need 46 working days. So let's start trying to figure it out on our new phase. It's starting December 13th now. So you have 19 calendar days, but 10 are weather days. You get 9 working days.